Chapter 2491. They were both members of the armament division, but the gap between him and senior brother Sue was too great. It was so great that he felt hopeless. He had only felt such a feeling from the master of the armament division. Sue, you looked straight ahead and came before Yu Han and Xing Fei. He then searched their bodies and found 6 tokens, together with the 10 tokens he had collected along the way. He had a total of 16 tokens. Finally, he looked at the restless heaven puppet and waved at him. "Hey, throw me those 2 tokens." He sounded like he was ordering a pet dog. What shocked Yu Han and Xing Fei was that the heaven puppet who had fought with them just now was as obedient as a puppy. "Oh, okay, I'll give them to you right away." He threw the 2 tokens to Su Yu with both hands and hit immediately. It was as if he was afraid that Su Yu would attack him. The strange scene made Yu Han and Xing Fei's minds go blank. Now, Su Yu had a total of 18 tokens. Su Yu threw 5 tokens to senior brother Chin and said, "Guide Fee." The 3 of them were overjoyed. Including what they already had, they had 6 tokens, which was far beyond their expectations. "Let's go back and open the treasure chests." Su Yu waved his hand and left with the 3 of them. As soon as they left the mountain, they ran into the woman from the 100 Flower clan and the young Taoist man who were still searching for treasure chests. The woman from the 100 Flower clan looked at Su Yu and Yu Han and Xing Fei beside him. "You're quite smart, knowing to follow others and take advantage of the situation." She mistakenly thought that Su Yu had followed senior brother Chen's team. The young Taoist man was disappointed. "Since it's a competition, you should have your own fighting spirit. What's the point of picking up scraps from others?" Senior brother Chen recognized the woman from the 100 Flower clan and the young Taoist man. Their team was second only to Ri Xing and Yu. Be it the defected soldier or the 2 of them, they were all powerful people. But after witnessing Su Yu's uncanny strength, the strength of the 2 people in front of them was not worthy of their attention. Hearing them mock Su Yu, senior brother Chin stepped forward and said seriously, "What nonsense are you talking about? Senior brother Su is—" He did not finish his sentence because Su Yu waved his hand and stopped him. "Summer insects cannot be explained with ice, so there is no need to explain too much to others," Su Yu said concisely. It didn't matter what the Centauria woman and the Taoist youth thought of him, because he had never intended to treat the 2 of them as companions. "Senior brother?" The woman from the 100 Flower clan raised her eyebrows slightly. She could sense something unusual in senior brother Chen's words. However, he immediately shook his head. Based on his preconceived notions, he felt that there must be some misunderstanding. "It's good that you know your place, the heavenly spirit path, and I really don't want to have anything to do with you." The 100 Flower race woman said bluntly, "I hope that after this competition, you'll voluntarily ask the hall master to switch groups." The Taoist youth said indifferently, "It's important to know one's own limits. There's no benefit in trying to curry favor with the 2 of us. When it comes to the battlefield, it will only cause your death." He didn't even bother to hide his threat. The 2 of them were very resolute, and they refused to be in the same group as Su Yu. This was because Su Yu's performance had greatly disappointed them. As long as he worked a little harder, he could reluctantly accept it. However, they followed the other groups and ate the leftovers. They did not have the will to fight. What was the point of keeping such people? Senior brother Chen and the other 2 were dumbfounded. They looked at the self-righteous woman from the 100 Flower clan and the heavenly spirit path strangely. It was as if they were looking at a starving beggar who had thrown away a golden house. Or it was a martial artist who had given up on the Gaitian legacy. The woman from the 100 Flower clan was puzzled. The group of senior brother Chin and the other 2 really made her feel strange. Did I do something wrong? Or is someone plotting against me? Are they waiting to laugh at me? With that thought in mind, the woman from the 100 Flower clan left quickly, looking for the next puppet. "Senior brother Su, you are so powerful. Why are you being bullied by these 2 idiots?" The two junior sisters were indignant on Su Yu's behalf. The sun, moon, and stars had been destroyed by Su Yu with a snap of his fingers. The woman from the 100-Flower clan and the heavenly spirit path were nothing to him. He could scare them into prostrating on the ground with just a look. "Do you think I'm angry?" Su Yu's expression was very calm, like how a giant elephant would be angered by the provocation of an ant. Of course not. The three of them immediately understood what Su Yu meant and sighed. An expert was indeed an expert. At Su Yu's current level, he could look down on all the other warriors. "I hope you can keep the pleasant experience between us a secret forever." Su Yu looked at the three of them and smiled. Senior brother Chun and the other two nodded hurriedly. Who would dare say no? Otherwise, the experience would turn from pleasant to unpleasant. The treasure chests are all at Mount Fongsuan. Under senior brother Chen's lead, they arrived at the place where the treasure chests were placed. It was a mountain range filled with poisonous creatures, and danger lurked everywhere. The private rooms were scattered all over the mountain. Those who held the divine fire insignia had to personally go up the mountain to retrieve the treasure chests from the danger and open them. Next, they would have to split up. "Senior brother Su, I am very fortunate to have received your care along the way. When we return to the faction, I will definitely pay you a visit to thank you." Senior brother Chen's original name was Chun Chingkuan, and he was very grateful. The two junior sisters also felt that this was like a dream, and they were very grateful. All right, the three of them split up. Su Yu held the 13 divine fire insignia, and each headed to Mount Fongsuan to look for the treasure chests. The danger of this place was not great for him. Su Yu was familiar with the route, and he found a few treasure chests. When he reached the middle of the mountain, he unintentionally heard a secret transmission. Because he had mastered the space realm, he was very sensitive to the transmission of sound. Jing Exan heard it, and her expression changed slightly. "Have the treasure chests been placed properly?" A familiar voice entered Su Yu's ears. It was the voice of the military division's master. "Everything is ready." The one who replied was a deputy master of the military division. The master sighed. "The battles are endless, and the flames of war are rising again at the border." Sigh. "Master need not worry too much. According to the faction's rules, you can be transferred to another division after staying in the military division for 10 years. It has only been a year since the last great battle, and there should not be any battles in the near future." The master shook his head. "You do not know. It is said that the border—" However, the hall master wanted to say something, but hesitated. He seemed to be vigilant and stopped talking. He only said, "Let's choose the outstanding winner of this competition first." After the secret discussion, the two left immediately. When Su Yu heard this, he was shocked. From the master's words, it seemed that the border was not peaceful. On the surface, this competition was training, but in fact it was to select the most capable warriors to carry out missions at the border? It would have been fine if he did not know, but now that he knew, how could Su Yu not take action? He immediately threw away all the treasure chests he had obtained, not leaving a single one behind. Compared to the promotion of a goalie's level, his life was more important. How could the border matter, which even the master was so secretive about, be simple? No wonder so many heaven puppets appeared this time. It turns out that there are unusual movements at the border, Su Yu thought to himself. 2 days later, the competition was over. Each member took the crystals they had obtained from the treasure chests and returned to the military division ground. The master and 2 deputy masters were already waiting there, arranging for people to carefully record the crystals obtained by each group. 100-horse path group, step forward. The registrar called out to Su Yu's group. The 100-flower clan woman, Tianling Dao, and Su Yu stepped forward. The 100-flower clan woman and Tianling Dao took out a total of 50 crystals. They had gained a lot this time, obtaining 5 divine fire badges. "Any more?" the registrar asked. The 100-Flower Clanwoman and Tianling Dao looked at Su Yu expectantly, but Su Yu only shook his head apologetically. You can't even get leftovers. The 100-Flower Clanwoman was completely disappointed. She warned, Remember what I said. Don't follow us anymore. The registrar was gratified. 100-Horse Path is temporarily ranked first. Even with Su Yu's burden, they still easily won the first place. Su Yu sighed silently. This first place was not so easy to get. Then it was Chun Qingquan's group's turn. They uncharacteristically obtained 60 crystals, setting a new record and firmly occupying the first place. This greatly surprised many of the soldiers. The overall strength of Chun Qingquan's group was only average, so it was unexpected that they could win the first place this time. The 100-Flower Clanwoman and Tianling Dao were even more resentful of Su Yu. They had obtained 6 badges, but Su Yu had not even obtained 1 divine fire badge by following them. He was really incompetent. The following rankings were uneventful, and not many people were surprised. That was until Ri Yueshing's result, who obtained 0 crystals, completely shocked the audience. The golden-armored hall master's eyes were full of disbelief. He waved his hand and said, Ri Yueshing, the 3 of you come with me. I have something to ask you in private. Ri Yueshing followed him to the backstage. No one knew what they were talking about, but it was obvious that Ri Yueshing's expression was not good. Finally, when the tabulation was completed, the rankings were completed. First place, Qingquan Group. Each group member will be promoted to a first-grade disciple. Second place, 100-Horse Path. Each group member will receive 1,000 time crystals. Third place, Yunlei Dian. Each group member will receive 300 time crystals. The rest of the group members will receive 10 time crystals as a reward. The competition should have ended there, but the 100-Flower Clanwoman of the 100-Horse Path said angrily, Hall Master, I have something to say. The golden-armored Hall Master nodded. By Lianxin, right? Speak. Bai Lianxin looked at Su Yu coldly and said, The new member of our group, Su Yu, is unable to cooperate with us. Hall Master, please make the decision and replace him. Hearing this, the audience was in an uproar. She was trying to embarrass Su Yu in public. Tianling Dao, what about you? The hall master asked another group member. Tianling Dao said without hesitation, I agree with Bai Lianxin. Su Yu is indeed not suitable for our group. He was being despised by the whole group. Many people were already gloating and watching the interesting events after the competition with great interest. The hall master finally looked at Su Yu and said, What do you want to say? Chapter 2492. If he was expelled from the group, he could avoid being assigned to dangerous missions at the border. I have no objections. Even Su Yu, who had been expelled, had nothing to say. The hall master had no choice but to announce, Fine, Su Yu will be removed from the 100-Horse training group. The announcement made Su Yu feel slightly relieved. Bai Lianxin and Tianling Dao also got what they wanted and no longer looked at Su Yu. The next thing to do was to dismiss the competitors. Also, I have something to announce. As expected, the hall master only revealed his true intentions at the end. He looked solemn and dignified as he said, According to reliable information we have, suspicious people have appeared at the border and are investigating several mines at the border. I have decided to send 10 teams to investigate at the border. Once there are signs of a large-scale invasion, report it to the faction immediately. Suddenly, the noisy troop calling ground became as quiet as an empty mountain. Everyone's eyes were filled with seriousness. The hall master said slowly, Everyone, don't worry. It's just an investigation, not a head-on battle. Besides, based on our understanding of the situation, the other party has very few people. There are less than 10 of them. Your task is to determine if there are other large groups other than them. As long as the task is completed successfully, you will be promoted by 2 grades when you return. Hearing this, The soldiers heaved a sigh of relief and looked forward to it. Many of them were 7-star disciples. Once they were promoted by 2 grades, they would become 9-star disciples, the highest grade. The 8-star disciples and even the 9-star disciples were even more excited. If they were promoted by 2 grades, they could directly be promoted to the level of a deputy hall master. The armament hall could not accommodate more deputy hall masters, so they could take the opportunity to be transferred to other halls. This caused many high-level disciples to be eager to give it a try, and their spirits were unprecedentedly high. Only Su Yu looked on coldly from the sidelines, disapproving. Was it really that easy? Judging from the conversation between the hall master and the deputy hall master, it was obviously not. He did not want to get involved in this mess. Since the task is dangerous, I have decided to send the top 9 and the last in this competition, Ryueshing, to participate. Hearing this, the whole place was filled with sighs of regret. If they had worked harder in the competition, they might have had a chance to enter the top 10. Su Yu was completely relieved. He was finally safe. He had left the 100-horse training group in time and was not inferior to the top 10 members, so he could avoid this disaster. However, to Su Yu's surprise, the clan master added, "In addition, I will add 1 more person." Who? Why was there an additional addition? Could it be that the other party was special? That is the new 5-star disciple, Su Yu. The clan master smiled and said to Su Yu. He then clapped his hands and said, "Congratulations, you have obtained the right to carry out the mission at the border." However, Su Yu wasn't happy at all. He even had the urge to hit someone. He had been keeping such a low profile, and it wasn't easy for him to get out of the top 10 team members. How could he suddenly be called out by the hall master? Suddenly, he noticed that the members of the Sun, Moon, and Star unit that Ri Zhongtian was in were secretly looking at him. He instantly understood. It was probably the hall master who had called the 3 of them to talk behind the scenes, and they learned about the many things that had happened on the snow-capped peak. The reason why the Qiankuan group was so powerful was closely related to Su Yu. That was why the clan master was extra lenient on Su Yu. He would never let go of a potential outstanding warrior like him. According to the information I have, Su Yu's performance in the competition was extremely outstanding, far better than any of the other warriors. Therefore, I will give him an additional special reward, which is a promotion of the disciple level by 1 level, and a reward of 1,000 time crystals. This was equal to the total reward of the 1st and 2nd place. What? All of a sudden, the crowd was stirred up. Why? It's unfair. He didn't even get a single divine fire insignia, so how could he get a special reward? Even Bai Lianxin and Tian Lingdao's eyes were red with jealousy. They absolutely couldn't accept that Su Yu, who had dragged them down, would get a reward that was far better than theirs. The clan master pressed his palm down, and the strong pressure suppressed the voices of resistance. He then said solemnly, "Why, the divine fire insignia he has is twice as many as any other team here. Absorb." The clan master grabbed the air, and the 13 divine fire insignia hidden in Su Yu's space storage device seemed to have sensed it. They forcibly broke free from the storage device, flew out, and floated above Su Yu's head. 13? How did he get them? It shouldn't be. Just finding the 13 puppets took more than half of his time. How could he have the time to fight with the puppets and defeat them all? Unless the puppets couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. But the possibility of that was slim. Everyone was discussing it. The clan master said sternly, "The competition has never cared about the method, only the result. Since he got so many divine fire insignia, it is enough to prove his outstanding ability. Hence, he is given a special reward." As such, although everyone was indignant, they couldn't refute it. They could only watch as Su Yu's 5-star disciple insignia became 6 stars. At the same time, he received 1,000 time crystals. Warriors whose names have been called, you have 3 days to prepare. 3 days later, you will set off on time. The clan master waved his sleeves, and announced the scouting operation that would take place in 3 days. The crowd dispersed. Su Yu also left in a hurry, but obviously there were people who didn't want to give up. Surnamed Su, you're deliberately making things difficult for us, aren't you? Bai Lian said angrily. Su Yu, who was in the same team, had obtained so many divine fire insignia, so why did he hide them? He had caused them to lose the first place. Tian Lingdao's eyes were filled with lightning as she scolded. Su Yu, give me a reason why you hid the divine fire insignia. They were angry, but Su Yu's mood wasn't any better. He was already in a bad mood after being called to carry out a dangerous mission. Now that he was being harassed by the two of them, he decided to shed all pretense of cordiality. He said indifferently, You keep calling me a human, calling me leftovers. You keep saying that you look down on me, a human. Why should I help you? Su Yu's patience with them was more than enough. Don't challenge my bottom line again. Su Yu warned them casually, then left with his hands clasped behind his back. Bai Lianxin and Tianling Dao were furious. Lowly human, what right do you have to be angry at me? Bai Lianxin's eyes were filled with anger. Tianling Dao's eyes turned cold as well. I've said it before on the battlefield, he won't even know how he died. Su Yu returned to the armaments hall and came to the cavern that belonged to him. His eyes changed a few times, and Su Yu took out an iron ring. The iron ring had been left behind by Xie Senren after his death, along with a token with the word space-time engraved on it. The iron ring was quite mysterious, and Su Yu had yet to fully comprehend it. After trying again and failing to discover the mystery of the iron ring, Su Yu threw it into the space storage device. At the same time, he raised his hand and waved. A 9 Serenities crystal that weighed 100 pounds appeared in front of him. Inside, it was a creature the size of a human head. For this mission at the border, Su Yu could only try his best to increase the number of life-saving items he had. Apart from the 8 great realms, which could only be used as a last resort, he should also prepare other means just in case. Su Yu held a special tool in his hand and hacked down with it. The 9 Serenities crystal was split into 2 halves, revealing the creature that was sealed within. The creature had no signs of life and was already dead. Su Yu tried to study the beast, but just as he was about to touch it with his finger, he was suddenly alarmed. A strong sense of danger descended without warning. Without thinking, Su Yu instantly used the space realm to move away from the cavern. Just as he was about to leave, a burst of emerald light suddenly shone brightly in his cavern. It was extremely dazzling. Then it quickly dimmed. Su Yu's pupils constricted fiercely. Is that the emerald fire of the 9 Serenities? How could he forget the terrifying emerald fire that he had encountered in the depths of the abandoned mine? The soul of Qin Yuan, who was at the same level as the Xiandao master, had been incinerated by the emerald fire on the spot. But why did the fire appear in his secret room? Is it that creature? Su Yu was extremely shocked. After waiting for a long time to make sure that there was no more emerald fire in the secret room, he carefully returned to the secret room. He checked the creature again. The creature's body was shriveled, without any flesh or blood. Only a skeleton was left. However, the skeleton of the corpse was faintly green. There was still a large amount of emerald fire of the 9 Serenities in its body. Su Yu suddenly felt troubled. What was the use of this thing? He couldn't touch it, and it was worthless. He didn't understand why someone would sell this kind of 9 Serenities crystal at a high price. Just as he was wondering how to deal with the corpse, the little Kylan suddenly jumped out and sniffed. It said, "What is this? It smells very good." Silently, it stared at the corpse with bright emerald light in its eyes. "Master, what is this? It looks delicious." Su Yu's eyes flashed. "Do you dare to eat it? Don't blame me for not warning you. This corpse hides a very dangerous emerald fire. I think I should be able to eat it." The little Kylan rolled its eyes, as if it was afraid that Su Yu would go back on his words. It pounced on the corpse and held it in its mouth. Then it raised its neck and swallowed it. Suyu was shocked. Aren't you afraid of being poisoned to death? Burp. The little Kylan burped and rubbed its swollen belly with its front hooves. I'm a little full. Then the little Kylan suddenly fell to the ground, its belly facing the sky and its limbs twitching. It looked like it was about to die. Suyu's heart sank. He immediately stepped forward, ready to use the power of the domain to forcefully pull out the corpse that had been swallowed. However, the little Kylan suddenly turned around and laughed while holding its belly. Look at how scared you are. It turned out that it was deliberately teasing Suyu. At this moment, Suyu's forehead was full of black lines. He stepped forward and kicked it. The little Kylan with its round belly bounced back and forth in the secret room. Only then did the little Kylan surrender. Don't hit me anymore. It took me so much effort to digest it, and now it will be beaten out by you again. It couldn't help but burp again, as if it was responding to its own words. However, there was a faint wisp of the 9 underworlds jade flame in that burp. Fortunately, Suyu reacted quickly and dodged it. Otherwise, if the wisp of flame invaded his soul, the consequences would be terrible. You can digest the 9 underworlds jade flame? Suyu was shocked. The little Kylan was stunned. 9 underworlds jade flame? Are you talking about this? It shook its plump body, and a layer of emerald green flame emerged from its scales. It dyed its purple color green. Suyu's face fell. Chapter 2493. How did you do it? This fire had a pervasive, destructive power against the soul. How could the little Kylan be immune to it? The little Kylan scratched its head and said, It should be my chaotic energy. It seems to have refined these emerald green flames and made them a part of my body. As it spoke, the little Kylan scales closed, and the 9 underworld green flames disappeared. It then opened up and released them again. Back and forth, it was like a small fireball that flickered indefinitely. Suyu was surprised. He had thought that the little Kylan's chaotic energy only had a strong devouring effect. Now it seemed that it could assimilate other forms of energy and make them its own. If the little Kylan launched a surprise attack and spat out a mouthful of 9 underworld green flames, what kind of enemy would be safe and sound? Unless they were much stronger than Suyu, they would at least lose a layer of skin, even if they did not die. Suyu looked at the little Kylan with a gleam in his eyes. What are you doing? The little Kylan shrank its neck when it met Suyu's malicious gaze. Suyu revealed a faint smile. I'm wondering when I'll be able to cut open your stomach and study your structure. Then I'll eat some Kylan meat. Hearing that, the little Kylan immediately bared its teeth. Ah, I didn't know you were such a master. Suyu let out a long sigh with a smile, a meaningful look in his eyes. He wondered if all the objects sealed in the 9 underworld odd crystals contained the 9 underworld green flames. If that was the case, wouldn't it be easy for the little Kylan to grow? As long as there were enough time crystals, he could buy countless 9 underworld odd crystals. The border mission in 3 days has an additional layer of insurance. Suyu looked at the little Kylan and heaved a sigh of relief. 2 days later, Suyu was preparing for the trip when Yu Xiang Wan came to find him. Brother Su, I heard that your armament division is going to send soldiers to the border for a spy mission? Yu Xiang Wan asked with concern. Suyu looked helpless. Yes, I am one of the selected people. Yu Xiang Wan's expression turned serious. After a moment of silence, she took out a tortoise shell with mysterious runes. I got this from a strong man from the same hometown. It might be able to help you at a critical moment. She had heard that Suyu was going to carry out a mission and had specially found an escaped treasure for him. Suyu was moved. The two of them hadn't known each other for a long time, but there was a sense of mutual appreciation between them. Brother Yu, I appreciate your kindness. If you have any problems in the future, you can look for me. Suyu accepted the gift solemnly. Yu Xiangwan laughed. No problem. He took out a map and passed it to Suyu. He then said, I've collected the maps of the mines that you went to. You can have a look at them in advance." Suyu was surprised. In his plan, he was also prepared to make a trip to the Hall of Ancient Records to check the map of the nearby area. He didn't expect Yu Xiangwan to have the same thought as him. "I won't disturb you, Brother Su. Prepare well. When you come back, I'll give you a surprise," Yu Xiangwan said mysteriously. "Oh, could it be something good? Then no matter what, I will come back alive." After he left, Suyu started to study the map. That border was a large mine that had been discovered in recent years. The amount of 9 nether crystals stored underground was an astronomical figure, but the faction only occupied it and did not start to excavate it because there were many unknown dangers in the mine. It was said that a creature called the 9 Nether Demon lived in the mine. The singing of this creature was beautiful and moving. Once heard, one would be involuntarily attracted to the depths of the mine and eventually get lost, never to return. The Greater One sect had sent many strong men, but apart from suffering heavy casualties, there was no sign of the mine being cleaned up. Hence, it was shelved. Unexpectedly, the existence of the mine still alarmed the nearby Xingtian sect. A great battle broke out between the two and the Greater One Sect 1. Now that a year had passed, there was another unknown force exploring the vicinity of the mine. The 9 Nether Demon. Suyu touched his chin and nodded slightly. A day later, Suyu arrived at the military division. Everyone arrived one after another. Senior brother Su, Chun Chinkuin, and his 2 junior sisters welcomed him with a smile. "Is there anything we can help you with this operation?" The 3 of them had not expected the danger of this mission. They thought it was an extremely ordinary mission and were very relaxed. "Senior brother Chin, you're too kind. I wouldn't dare to help you, but if you don't mind, we can continue to form a team. That way we can help each other, and it will undoubtedly be much safer," Suyu said. He felt that Chun Chinkuin and the other 2 were not bad. If he stayed with them, he could help them to the best of his ability in the face of danger. Hearing that, Chun Chinkuin and the other 2 were naturally overjoyed. In contrast, Bai Lianxin and Tian Lingdao were shooting cold glances at him from time to time. In the competition 3 days ago, Chun Chinkuin and the other 2 who had won first place had successfully been promoted to 8-star disciples. If they had won that ranking, both of them would have become 9-star disciples. If they had performed well in this mission, they would have been promoted to deputy division masters. In this way, they could easily be transferred out of the military division. Unfortunately, all of this had failed because of Su Yu's deliberate hindrance. Their resentment towards Su Yu was unimaginable. As if he had sensed their gazes, Su Yu looked at them with a calm expression. If these 2 had behaved themselves, Su Yu would not have bothered to find trouble with them. If they had bad intentions, they could not blame him for being cruel and ruthless. Swish! The division master appeared and said in a loud voice, "Those who are carrying out the mission, please come forward." He took out a booklet. It was the registration book that could kill people from thousands of miles away. Many people came forward one after another to confirm whether there was anything unusual about their names. People like Su Yu, who had not yet been registered, were also forced to take out a drop of blood and engrave their names on it. Curse technique. Su Yu's blood fell into the booklet and immediately felt an obscure and dark power in his body. As long as it was stimulated by someone, it would explode and kill the person. Fortunately, the power of the curse technique was limited. Before it exploded, Suyu could completely isolate it with the 8 great realms. After completing the registration book, the division master distributed 300 time crystals to everyone present, which was enough for them to rebel against the faction and the border. "Let's go!" 10 groups of people, including Suyu alone, immediately set off for the border. Because of the time realm, there was no one along the way. There were only all kinds of treasures of heaven and earth and ferocious beasts growing wildly. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. They arrived at a region shrouded by a blood sun. The mountains were like the sea, and the setting sun was like blood. Their eyes were filled with mountains and rivers of boiling blood. Let's first meet with the people who are stationed here. There was a secret station at the border all year round. Chapter 2494. The group came to a broken canyon and entered a cave hidden in the depths of the cliff. Who are you? A shout came from the cave, and a dangerous aura instantly gushed out. Everyone discovered that after identifying themselves, a layer of invisible airflow dissipated in front of them. That airflow contained extremely dangerous energy. Once touched, it was bound to produce an explosive, destructive force. When they entered, what they saw was a pale-faced old man with 3 long horns and a cold expression. So slow! The white-faced old man complained unhappily. He took out a map and arranged 10 groups of members on the spot. The sun and moon stars are responsible for this area. The 100 Horses Path is responsible for this area. After the arrangements were made, he sent a message to the faction to confirm that all the members of the mission had arrived and had not escaped. Senior, is there any nearby? A guard wanted to ask for relevant information, but the white-faced old man waved his hand without thinking. Won't you know when you get there? Leave quickly. They had traveled a long way and wanted to rest here for a while. Who would have thought that the other party would be so unreasonable and drive them away, causing them to leave with different expressions? Senior Sue, this person's attitude is really unflattering, Chen Chinkuan said angrily. The 2 junior sisters were also furious. Exactly, what's there to be arrogant about? No wonder he's still a 9-star disciple at this age. So you did not say anything. He just looked at the hidden airflow near the cave and followed Chen Chinkuan and the other 2 to the agreed stop point. They were responsible for the southeast corner of the mine. Standing there was a natural giant pit behind them. It was so wide that it was even bigger than the entire Greater One sect. It was dark and bottomless. Looking down from above, it was like a huge black eye staring at the sky. It was very frightening. The inside of the mine was a place that even the faction was afraid of. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they would not enter it. Senior Sue, look, there are traces of human activity here. Chun Chinkuan found a clue. Sue glanced over and nodded slightly. His eyes narrowed as he slowly looked around. At the edge of the mine, there were remnants of a domain. Moreover, the domain had dissipated for less than 10 minutes. There were unknown people nearby, and they had not gone far. Be careful, Sue said slowly, staring at the serene mountains in front of him. In secret, he activated his soul domain and used his transparent eyes to see through the mountains. Then his pupils shrank as he discovered that there were 100 experts who had concealed their auras 10 mountains away. Everyone's cultivation level was the same as his, the Xiandao leader's level. Leave quickly. Su Yu immediately sensed that something was amiss. If there were 100 Xiandao masters, it wouldn't be a problem for him to escape. However, if he were to fight them head-on, he would definitely die. What's more, Chen Chinkuan and the other 2 were with him. However, just as Suyu was about to warn Chen Chinkuan and the rest of them, a few muffled sounds of thunder suddenly came from the mine under their feet. 8 bolts of purple thunderbolts, which were as thick as mountains, flew toward Suyu and the other 3 at the same time. The power of each bolt of lightning was no weaker than a full-powered attack from Xiandao Master. At this critical moment, Suyu stretched out his arms and released the extremely dense Xian Path Master's power without any reservation. A mirror was formed under his feet. Bang! The thunderbolt giant dragon came crashing down with a thunderous roar and a lightning that reflected the blood sun. Su Yu's body was shaken to the point where he could not stop swaying. Let's go! Su Yu grabbed the 3 of them and left quickly. Before the other 7 thunderbolt dragons could reach him, he had already left the mine and flown far away. Swoosh! Just as he was about to leave, a purple-haired youth with 8 purple vortexes in his eyes flew out of the mine. His face was as sharp as a knife, and his whole body was emitting the scorching aura of lightning. His cultivation level was no weaker than Su Yu's. In fact, his Xian Dao Master's power was even stronger than Su Yu's. Xian Dao Master? The Greater One faction isn't stupid, as they knew to plant a deputy faction master among the agents. The purple-haired youth thought that Su Yu was a deputy faction master. However, I can't let you go back. The 8 vortexes in the purple-haired youth's eyes started rotating, and his body turned into a bolt of lightning as he shot toward Su Yu. His speed was far beyond his cultivation level. The group of Xian Dao masters, who were hiding outside the 10 mountains, all stood up. Guardian Lei is good at everything, but he is too stubborn. A golden-haired Xian Dao master said with dissatisfaction, "Since we knew that the Greater One faction's people would come, wouldn't it be foolproof if we attacked together? Now, as expected, there is a mishap." They had already known that a group of Greater One faction spies would come to investigate the situation. However, Su Yu was very lucky. Guardian Lei was overconfident and thought that he could destroy the spies in one fell swoop. Therefore, he sent away the 100 Xian Dao masters and attacked alone. Who would have thought that something unexpected would happen? There was a vice hall master of Xian Dao sect hidden among them. If this person escapes, the Greater One faction master will most likely know that we are here. At that time, the Greater One faction will inevitably send a large army to fight. The 100 Xian Dao masters were the main force of a faction. They had all gathered here, hoping to occupy the mine in a short time. They did not want their existence to be known by the Greater One faction. It should be no problem. Guardian Lei is one of the young masters, 7 Stars guards. Unless the Greater One faction master comes personally, no one can escape. Su Yu had not flown far away when a bolt of lightning came chasing after him. Su Yu was slightly surprised to find that he was alone. The 100 Xian Dao masters did not attack. Shifting his gaze, Su Yu pushed Qin Qinkuan and the other 2 away. "You guys run. I will deal with him." Qin Qinkuan knew that Su Yu was powerful. Staying here would only be a hindrance. "Senior Su, hold on. I will return to the faction to inform the faction." Qin Qinkuan fled with his 2 junior sisters. Whoosh, whoosh. 3 bolts of lightning descended from the sky, heading toward the 3 of them. But just as they were about to strike, a majestic figure appeared above them, forcefully blocking the 3 bolts of lightning. Qin Qinkuan looked at Su Yu's figure, grateful, and immediately fled. Humph! Guardian Lei let out a cold grunt. How could he allow them to escape? Just as he was about to release the power of lightning, a layer of powerful icy air appeared on the surface of Su Yu's body. He instantly flew over, freezing the space in front of him. Guardian Lei had no choice but to switch from offense to defense. "Forget it. I will deal with you first, then slowly kill them." Guardian Lei coldly looked at Su Yu. "Deputy faction master of the armament division? Humph, you can't even withstand a blow." The 8 vortexes in his eyes rotated in unison, and another 8 lightning dragons swept toward Su Yu. But this time, Su Yu's expression was exceptionally calm. Looking at Qin Qinkuan, who had already disappeared into the distance, and the other 100 Xian Dao masters, who showed no signs of pursuing, he slowly said, "I can finally let loose!" Roar! As he spoke, the 8 dragons swept toward him. Chapter 2495. The Space Realm of the 8 Great Supreme Martial Artists. This. Protector Lei was bewildered, but strangely he was not as shocked as ordinary people would be when they saw the Space Realm. It was as if he had seen the Space Realm before. Moreover, he seemed to have some understanding of the Space Realm. Thunder Dragon Protection. The 8 thunder dragons that flew out were shattered into pieces of thunder light. In the blink of an eye, a huge cocoon-shaped thunderball was formed around him. Almost at this moment, an incomparably heavy attack struck the lightning cocoon. Su Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. Protector Lei seemed to know something about the space realm. However, the next moment, Su Yu realized something. His body was surrounded by the Milky Way, and he disappeared again. At the instant it disappeared, the lightning cocoon seemed to explode, and it exploded madly in all directions with a rumble. Endless thunderlight, containing the power of destruction, swept in all directions. Being hit by the explosion at close range would have been seriously injured. Fortunately, Suyu was not affected by it, but he did not stop attacking. The moment the thunder light dissipated, he used the space realm to reach Protector Lei's side and pointed a finger at his head. This attack came at the moment when Protector Lei's old power had been exhausted. In theory, he should have been able to kill Suyu with one blow. However, Protector Lei did know a lot about the space realm. The moment the thunder light dissipated, he curled his lips and suddenly shouted, "Thunder Chain!" The scattered lightning bolts flowed back at an even faster speed, attempting to surround Suyu instead. In the end, it would cause an internal explosion and kill Suyu within the lightning bolts. Suyu's reaction was extremely fast. Before the thunder light completely surrounded him, he had already escaped. His figure appeared in the distance. Protector Lei shook off the thunder light on his body and sneered. "Descendant of the Space Master? Haha, nothing special." Suyu looked at Protector Lei calmly and said, "First, I have nothing to do with the Space Master. Second, you know nothing about the space realm." The Milky Way around him suddenly surged, rolling up heaven and earth. Under the space realm, the tens of thousands of mountains turned into a large mirror. Oh no! When Protector Lei realized something was wrong, it was too late. He turned into a purple thunderbolt and tried to rush out of this area. However, the space inside the mirror world seemed to be endless. No matter how fast Protector Lei rushed forward, he could not reach the end, let alone break through the mirror world. Break! Panic finally appeared in Protector Lei's eyes. He shouted, and the 8 dragons soared into the sky, trying to smash the mirror world. In the end, he really did smash it. The entire mirror world was covered in cracks like a spider web. However, Protector Lei was not happy at all. That was not the effect of the thunderbolt, but Suyu's manipulation of the space domain. Suyu stretched out his left and right palms and slowly closed them together. Every time it closed, there would be one more crack in the mirror world. When his 2 hands were about to completely close, the entire mirror world had already become a blur. All the mountains and seas in the world were shattered into pieces. The stone was then crushed into powder. Protector Lei began to feel intense pain all over his body. Cracks uncontrollably appeared on the surface of his body. He was about to be forcefully crushed into powder like those mountains. Suyu's heart was filled with panic. He said angrily, "I am a 7-star guard under Xiaohao's command. If you kill me, do you know the consequences?" Xiaohao? Suyu had never heard of him. Even if he had heard of him, he would not have held back. "Destroy!" He closed his palms. An entire mirror world was completely shattered. Protector Lei, who was within it, was shattered into small pieces and then into powder again. Not even a trace of residue was left. Only a few special items were left on his body. Suyu waved his hand, and the 8 vortexes flew into his palm. It was by relying on the 8 vortexes that Protector Lei could easily activate the troublesome power of thunderbolts. If his opponent had been someone else, it would have been difficult for him to deal with Protector Lei. The thunderbolts could explode and converge at any time. Anyone's attack could be easily blocked, and they would immediately inflict great damage on the enemy. With the 8 vortexes, he was in an invincible position. Since entering an 8-star civilization, "This is the first time I have encountered such a troublesome peer," Suyu murmured. If it was an ordinary peer at the same level, he could have easily killed him with the space realm. However, Protector Lei was forced to use some of the true power of the space realm before he could successfully kill him. "There are so many geniuses in an 8-star civilization," Suyu exclaimed. He looked behind him. The huge commotion here could not be hidden from the 100 Xian Dao Masters. He clenched his fist, put away the 8 vortexes, and left quickly. Not long after, more than a dozen Xian Dao masters rushed over. Looking at the hundreds of millions of miles around them, the mountains and rivers had been shattered into dust, and the earth and sky no longer existed. They could not help but be frightened. Protector Lei is dead. One of the Xian Dao masters grabbed the air and caught a handful of the remains of Protector Lei. The other Xian Dao masters were all shocked. Someone dared to kill young Master Xiaohao's 7-star guard. It's over. No one can save those 4 people. As Xian Dao masters, when they mentioned young Master Xiaohao, they did not treat him as a junior, but as if they were looking up to him. It was as if young Master Xiaohao was a peerless existence. At the same time, similar scenes were playing out at all the garrisons at the same time. All the groups went to the patrolling areas and encountered ambushes, big and small. Among them, the ambushes in the 6th area were the most powerful. The groups that went were all killed before they could escape. The ambushers were Xian Dao masters who were as terrifying as Protector Lei. Only the Sun, Moon, Star, 100 Horse Path, and Yun Ladian managed to escape. The rest were all killed. At the same time, in the armament hall, the hall master placed the registration book on the stone table. However, as the hall master, he did not have the right to approach the stone table, because a big shot was standing in front of him. He was none other than the great steward, who was temporarily in charge of the faction's affairs. Staring at the names on the register, the eyes of the chief steward and the upper echelons of the sect gradually darkened as the names flickered like candles in the wind. 6 out of 10 groups have been killed. The great steward took a deep breath, his eyes turning sharp. I think I don't have to explain what this means, do I? The hall master clenched his fists, his heart thumping wildly. Bitterness spread from the corners of his mouth. This meant that they no longer had to rely on luck. A large number of enemy troops had appeared at the border. Otherwise, there would not have been so many assassins killed in such a short period of time. The great steward's gray robe shook as he said, "Mobilize the faction's forces immediately and send troops to the border." Yes, the hall master clenched his teeth. This would be another great battle. Whether they lived or died, it was up to the heavens. The decision to mobilize for war had been made. The great steward looked at the 4 surviving groups and said, "Not bad, they are all soldiers with outstanding performance. Sun, Moon, Star, 100 Horse Path, Yun Ladian, Chen Kuan, and Suyu?" Chapter 2496. Suyu? What a familiar name. The great supervisor had indeed forgotten about Suyu, who he had thrown into the armaments division. The division master hurriedly said, "Suyu is a newcomer who has just entered the armaments division. It seems that you personally arranged for him." Hearing this, the great supervisor finally remembered who Suyu was. So it's him. The great supervisor was shocked. He is alone, but he is still alive. What a miracle. The hall master also said, "This child is indeed extraordinary. In the last competition, he actually obtained more than 10 divine fire badges by himself. It's simply inconceivable. That's why I decided to arrange for him to participate in this operation. I didn't expect him to have some ability." Little did they know that Suyu had not only saved his own life, he had also saved the entire Qinquan team. If he comes back alive, let him come and see me. The great supervisor finally decided to take Suyu seriously. Yes. At the faraway border, near the mine, a dazzling golden palanquin covered the sky with a blinding golden light, slowly flew over. 100 Xian Dao masters flew out and knelt respectfully in front of the golden sedan. In addition, there were 6 youths from different races who also knelt on the ground. Everyone's expression became extremely solemn at this moment. Protector Lei is dead. A calm voice came from the golden sedan, but none of the 106 Xian Dao masters dared to answer. None of them dared to even breathe loudly. It is good that he died." The person in the golden sedan said calmly, "The 7 stars were trained by me, but he was defeated by a deputy division master. It is better that such a useless piece of trash is dead." Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. But even a dog has to look at its master, let alone kill him. The person in the golden sedan said slowly, "Find him, then inform me." The 106 Xiandao masters were filled with anticipation. Was he finally going to make a move? If they remembered correctly, he had not made a move in 100 years, because he no longer had any peers who could match him. On the other side, the group members who were lucky enough to escape all ran towards the station. They did not know that they were merely lab rats in the faction's eyes. They were using their lives to speculate about the situation at the border. They all headed toward the outpost, ready to inform the faction of the change. Suyu held the 8 vortexes in his hands, and after muttering to himself for a moment, he came to a suitable place and stopped. Since Chan Chinkuin and the other 2 had rushed to the station first, he didn't need to worry about notifying the sect. He opened his palm and looked at the 8 vortexes. After careful inspection, he confirmed that they were not condensed from some kind of divine technique, but Dao artifacts. Yes, it was a complete set of 8 Dao artifacts. Interesting. After Su Yu studied it for a moment, he turned pale with fright. Ordinary Dao artifacts could only be activated by the forger himself. This was because the Dao artifact contained the Dao Master's imprint of the Great Dao, and outsiders could not use it. However, the set of Dao artifacts in front of him had cleverly formed a formation to suppress the Dao seal of the original owner. In this way, whoever obtained the complete set of Dao artifacts would be able to use them at will. In the outer regions, this is unimaginable. Suyu sighed softly, feeling more and more that the 8-star civilization was broad and profound. Even the flaw of a Dao artifact that could only be used by the Dao Master had been resolved. Although this was an ability unique to a specific set of Dao artifacts, it was still very shocking. This thing can be used. All of Suyu's treasures and divine weapons had been melted into liquid by the flames of the Way when he broke through the 8 great domains. Now, he did not have any weapon that he could use. The complete set of Dao artifacts in front of him could be used. Otherwise, it would be too eye-catching to use the 8 great domains. With that in mind, Suyu immediately began to refine the 8 great vortexes. A few days later, he slowly opened his eyes, and in his left eye, 8 purple vortexes were faintly discernible. "Thunder, come!" He shouted softly, and the 8 vortexes suddenly rotated. Then 8 giant dragons as thick as mountains appeared between heaven and earth, sweeping in all directions with the power to destroy heaven and earth. Thousands of mountains in front of him were destroyed in the blink of an eye. Moreover, under his control, the broken thunder could listen to his commands, exploding immediately and retracting immediately. With this thing, even without using the 8 great domains, Suyu could be invincible among his peers. Satisfied with its performance, Suyu blinked his eyes, and the 8 vortexes immediately concealed themselves, not revealing the slightest trace. Let's go back to the outpost and take a look. The faction should have responded. Suyu tiptoed and arrived at the outpost. The outpost was still protected by a layer of air current. Suyu's gaze once again rested on the air current. The last time he had come, he had felt that the air current was vaguely familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before, but he could not recall where. Seeing it again, Suyu's gaze flickered, and a ray of light appeared in his mind. "Who are you?" "It's me," Suyu replied. The air current immediately dispersed, allowing Suyu to enter. What surprised Suyu was that he had just entered the outpost, and he discovered that other than Chen Qingquin and the other 2, there were 8 other people. They were the familiar by Lianxin and Tianling paths, as well as the Sun, Moon, and Yunlai Dian groups. "What are you all doing?" Suyu was puzzled. Seeing that Suyu had returned, Chen Qingquin heaved a sigh of relief. "Senior Su, I knew you would definitely return. This is great. Having not seen Suyu return for a few days, Qin Qiankuan was truly worried. I was delayed by some trivial matters, Suyu said. Why did so many groups of people come back? Qin Qiankuan's expression immediately changed. We were not the ones who were attacked. The other 3 groups were also ambushed. Luckily, they all escaped like us. Hearing this, Suyu's eyes slowly narrowed. Did you manage to contact the other 6 groups? Suyu asked thoughtfully. Qin Qiankuan shook his head. There was a strong disturbance near the mine, and communication treasures could not be used. Hence, I do not know their situation. I hope they are fine. Suyu did not speak. He was afraid that none of those people were still alive. If he remembered correctly, Protector Lei was one of the 7 stars protectors of Qingqi. In other words, there were 6 other protectors. Presumably, the 6th group that did not return had encountered an unusually powerful 7 stars protector, and hence could not return. As for Bai Lianxin and the others, they had probably encountered an ordinary ambush, which was why they were lucky enough to escape. Senior Su, we have already sent a message to the faction. Although they have not replied to us, they must have taken action, a junior sister said. Before the faction's army arrives, let's wait patiently in the outpost. Anyway, we have enough time crystals. Qin Qiankuan nodded. Yes, there is no need to take the risk of returning to the faction. Who knows if we will meet them again on the way? Suyu nodded and was about to agree. A cold, arrogant, and sarcastic voice was heard. Since you are so powerful and have saved the entire Qiankuan group, why are you still hiding in the outpost? Chapter 2497. When Qin Qiankuan and the others arrived, they said that Suyu had saved them from the hands of the powerful Xian Dao Master. This included Bai Lianxin and Tianling Dao. Even the most ordinary Xian Dao Masters' strength far surpassed Huang Dao Masters. Only Vice Hall Masters could contend against him. It was impossible for a mere 6-star disciple like Suyu to cover their escape. Seeing that Suyu had returned, Bai Lianxin could no longer hold back her anger and spoke coldly. Suyu looked at her and said, "You're really annoying." Since he looked down on Suyu in every way, he might as well just ignore him. Why did he have to target them at every turn? Bai Lianxin coldly snorted. Not as annoying as a lowly human like you. This was the 2nd time Suyu had heard such words. Even bodhisattvas had fire, let alone Suyu. He looked at Bai Lianxin indifferently. Are you very noble? At least more noble than you. Bai Lianxin sneered coldly. Suyu said, Nobility doesn't depend on one's family background, but on one's own abilities. Do you think that you have the abilities to match up to your nobility? Hee. The one who spoke was Tianling Dao with a fake smile. Bai Lianxin is one of the top 10 prodigies of the 100-Flower clan. She's much more powerful than you. How dare you ask such a question? Su, you didn't even bother to look at Tianling Dao. These 2 people were just jackals of the same tribe. Do you want to give it a try? Suyu calmly looked at Bai Lianxin. Bai Lianxin sneered in her heart. This was exactly what she wanted. Why did she have to provoke him again and again? Wasn't she just looking for reasons and excuses to attack him? Otherwise, she couldn't be bothered to waste her breath. How do you want to try? Bai Lianxin stared at Suyu, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Suyu calmly said, I won't move and you will attack me. If you are still alive after one move, then it will be my loss. Wait a minute. Apart from Qin Qiankuan and the others, who understood Suyu's true abilities, everyone else was shocked. Did I hear wrongly? Suyu allowed them to attack him, but did not retaliate. In the end, if Suyu could survive Bai Lianxin's attack, did that mean Suyu had lost? Bai Lianxin was stunned. She had never expected Suyu to propose such a strange competition. But why did she refuse? You said it yourself. Don't blame me if you die. Killing intent seethed on Bai Lianxin's pretty face. and it caused her face to have a savage expression. Su Yu stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, waiting for Bai Lianxin to make her move. Hee, as you wish. How could Bai Lianxin miss such a great opportunity? She took out a colorful flower and imbued it with her Path Master's power. Then she attacked Su Yu in an instant. If they didn't retaliate, none of the Yellow Dao Lords would be able to survive. However, Su Yu was not Yellow Path Master, but Shen Path Master. Furthermore, it was an existence that was slightly stronger than an ordinary ecliptic path lord. Bang! With an abnormal muffled sound, colorful lights burst out from the flower and filled the sky. It should have drowned Su Yu. However, on the surface of Su Yu's body, there was an icy current that could not be detected by the naked eye. Not only did it reflect all of the colorful lights, but it also imbued the colorful lights with extreme coldness. The result was, as one could imagine, a large area of cold air and colorful light enveloped Bai Lian's heart. Bai Lianxin was shocked. At the critical moment, she hurriedly used her flower to summon a large, 5-colored light shield in front of her. Those colorful lights were released by her, so they should have been able to be blocked. However, the result was that her Dao artifact was instantly frozen and shattered by the shocking cold air of the colorful light. At the same time, pieces of colorful light mercilessly pierced through Bai Lianxin's body. Her body rapidly froze into ice at a speed visible to the naked eye, and her vitality dissipated like smoke. In a breath's time, she was completely dead. The crowd who had been watching the show was stunned. Then they were shocked and horrified. In the station, there was a deathly silence. Bai Lianxin attacked the motionless Su Yu with all her strength, but the result was that Su Yu was unharmed, while she died. "It seems like I won," Su Yu said slowly. He then looked at Tianling Dao. As cold and arrogant as he was, when Su Yu looked at him, his whole body trembled violently. He said, "You, what did you do to Bai Lianxin? I am not afraid of you. You have challenged my patience again and again. Congratulations, you have succeeded. You have exhausted all of my patience." Su Yu glared at him, and the power of mysterious path surged out. Tianling Dao did not even have time to resist before his soul was obliterated. Not only did the two of them hate Su Yu verbally, but they also hated him from the bottom of their hearts. Finally, Su Yu looked at the sun, moon, and stars. Ri Zhongtian, Yu Han, and Xing Fei's eyes were filled with fear, and they pleaded, "Senior brother Su, we are willing to repay our previous offense 100 times over. Please forgive us." On the snowy peak, Su Yu had fought with them for the heaven puppet. Su Yu shook his head and said, "If I want to kill someone, who can stop me?" As he spoke, his eyes swept across the area, and another wave of power of mysterious path swept out. Ri Zhongtian and the other two screamed miserably. However, the pain they had imagined did not come. Instead, a muffled groan came from behind them. Ri Zhongtian opened his eyes carefully, and when he was sure that he and his two companions were still alive, he looked confused. How could he be fine? When he looked at Su Yu again, his eyes were not looking at them at all, but at the person behind them. Ri Zhongtian stepped aside, revealing the person in charge of the station who had been sitting silently behind them, the white-faced old man. The white-faced old man was bleeding from the corners of his mouth, and his whole body was covered with ghastly wounds. In his hand was a protective jade pendant that had been shattered into pieces. The power of mysterious path that Su Yu had used just now was aimed at this white-faced old man. Because of the protective jade pendant, he was lucky enough to survive, but he was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Chun Qingquan was shocked. "Senior brother Su, why did you attack a senior in charge of the station? If this gets back to the faction, you will be punished with the death penalty." The Greater One faction had always severely punished members of the faction for killing each other, especially someone with a special status like the person in charge of the station. How could he simply kill him? Moreover, he was extremely puzzled. Why would Su Yu kill the person in charge of the station for no reason? Based on Su Yu's character and temperament, he could not possibly kill someone in a frenzy. Su Yu ignored him, walked up to the white-faced old man, and said coldly, "A 1,000-mile dike can be destroyed by an ant's nest. You have caused the deaths of so many gatekeepers. Even if you die 100 times, it would not be enough." The white-faced old man said with difficulty, "What did I do wrong? Why did you kill the innocent?" "Kill the innocent?" Su Yu laughed silently. "Let me ask you 2 things. First, how did the enemy know the exact patrolling location of our 10 teams, and how did they set up an ambush there without a single mistake? Second, who gave you the 1,000-year willow silk at your door? If I remember correctly, this item was produced by the Divine Clan. The Greater One faction does not have it." At first, Su Yu had thought that he was the only one who had been ambushed, but when he arrived at the station, he realized that everyone had been ambushed, and the person who knew the most about each team was the white-faced old man. Of course, he could also say that it was a member of the team carrying out a mission who had tipped them off. But Su Yu had looked at the airflow at the door twice, and finally remembered where he had seen it before. Chapter 2498. In the library of the Greater One faction. The book had briefly introduced a peculiar item called the 1,000-year willow silk. This item was unique to the 3 great divine clans among the 344 factions. It could be implanted into the body of the Pathmaster and nurtured within it. It had 2 uses. One was to be like the roots of a tree, automatically absorbing the way energy of heaven and earth to increase the speed of cultivation. The other was to leave the body and act as a defense, as seen at the door. However, the 1,000-year willow silk was extremely rare and could not be found on the market. In addition, the 3 great divine clans were quite far from the Greater One faction. Throughout history, there had never been a 1,000-year willow silk near the Greater One faction. Thus, no one had ever seen it. As a result, when they had first arrived, apart from Su Yu, no one had recognized what it was. Thus, Su Yu concluded that the white-faced old man had some kind of connection with the faction that the 7 Stars Guard belonged to. Upon hearing Su Yu's words, everyone realized that they had been betrayed and ambushed. They had thought it was a coincidence, but now it seemed like a deliberate massacre. And the white-faced old man in front of them was the culprit. You are slandering me without any evidence. How can you suspect that I did it?" The white-faced old man was panicking, but he pretended to be calm on the surface. "Su Yu said calmly, 'Of course I have no evidence, but if I hand you over to the faction, I believe they will find a way to find evidence from you.'" The Greater One faction had been established for many years. If it could not even deal with a stubborn traitor, it would have ceased to exist long ago. Since he is already an enemy, I think the enemy already knows that you have escaped here. Su Yu picked up the white-faced old man. Return to the faction immediately. The members of the 3rd group were startled. He was afraid that this old thing had already secretly sent a message to the invaders, telling them that they were hiding here. Realizing this, the members of the 3rd group felt their scalps go numb. They immediately packed up and prepared to leave. Su Yu came to the exit of the cave. Sure enough, the white-faced old man was seriously injured. The 1,000-year willow silk had all withered, no longer possessing its original power. With a wave of his sleeves, the 1,000-year willow silk was burned into ashes. The group left the cave and rushed back to the faction, not daring to linger in the canyon for even a moment. Several hours later, under the lead of a young man holding a white fan, the 10 or so Xiandao masters arrived at the secret cave with ease. Looking at the withered 1,000-year-old willow, the young man with the white fan narrowed his eyes. "It seems that we are a step too late." Sure enough, when he went in to take a look, other than the 2 corpses, there was no one else. It seems that among this group of idiots, there is someone who is slightly smarter. The white fan youth's gaze was gloomy. "However, where can you escape to?" No one that young Master Xiaohao wants to kill has survived. He couldn't help but sympathize with the person who killed Guardian Lei. Speaking of Suyu, using the Greater One Sect's unique flying treasures, the group left the canyon and sped towards the direction of the sect. If there were no accidents, he should be able to return to the sect within half a year. However, not long after they left the canyon, Suyu, who was standing on the flying magical weapon and deep in thought, suddenly stopped infusing the Pathmaster's energy, causing the flying magical weapon to come to a slow stop. Senior brother Su, why did you stop? Chen Qingquan asked in surprise. Since there were powerful pursuers behind them, why did they stop? Su Yu looked at the endless horizon in front of him and said, "We must change our route." He took out the nearby map that Yu Xiangwan had given him before he left and studied it carefully. "Can we return to the faction earlier if we go straight?" Chen Qingquan's face was full of confusion. The big and small forces near the border of the Greater One Sect were intertwined. If they took a detour, it would be more dangerous. Su Yu nodded as he studied the map. Yes, it is indeed shorter to go straight, but it is also easier to fall into the enemy's trap. He pointed at a location on the map and said, "This is the 1,000 Ming Mountain. We will pass by this place in a day." The 1,000 Ming Mountain spanned trillions of miles, almost spanning half of the Greater One Sect's territory. The unique weeping god ghost tree that grew in this mountain was densely packed and covered the entire mountain range. "Yes, we passed by this place on our way here. Is there a problem?" Chen Qingquan asked. Su Yu's expression became solemn. The 1,000 Ming Mountain's greatest characteristic is that the weeping god ghost tree inside will emit a powerful buzzing sound whenever an external object passes through. That was how the 1,000 Ming Mountain got its name. Anything that passed through, even the slightest movement, would trigger a reaction from the weeping god ghost tree inside, causing it to emit a ghostly howl. If they were the enemy, they would have to set up an inescapable net in the 1,000 Ming Mountain in order to capture them. As long as they passed through the 1,000 Ming Mountain, they would definitely be exposed. Hence, to be safe, it was best not to pass through the 1,000 Ming Mountain. It would take a very long time to go around the mountain. "I am worried that there is an enemy ambush inside," Su Yu said seriously. Chen Qingquan was surprised, thinking that the enemy would not go to such great lengths just for them, right? But Chen Qingquan understood Su Yu's strength, so he did not refute him. "Junior Su, your guess is too baseless." Yun Leidian and the other two members were anxious, vaguely complaining that Su Yu had stopped his flying treasure. The other two members also said, "Junior Su, it is good to be cautious, but going too far is as bad as not doing enough." Looking at Ri Yueshing and Chen Qingquan's groups, it seemed that they all felt that Su Yu was making a mountain out of a molehill. They did not approve of Su Yu's actions. Su Yu shook his head. He had been through a lot, but he only knew one truth. It was better to be safe than sorry. If the enemy was so powerful, he would be courting death if he acted rashly. "Perhaps," Su Yu said calmly. "I have decided to change my route and go around the 1,000 Ming Mountain. It will take me twice as long. Those who are willing to follow me can come with me." On the flying treasure, everyone was silent. Su Yu sighed, then cupped his fists and said, "If that is the case, take care. We will meet at the faction." Just as he was about to leave, Chen Qingquan suddenly said, "Senior Su, we will go with you." The three of them were people who had received Su Yu's kindness, so they knew how powerful he was. Hence, they trusted him. Ri Yushing, Yun Leidian, and the other two looked elsewhere. Yun Leidian's team leader, Yun Feixian, said, "We have many people, so it is inconvenient for us to fly. Hence, we will be in charge of the flying treasure." How could they lack flying treasures for such a long journey? Chen Qingquan was about to argue, but Su Yu waved his hand. "Let them have it. We have other ways." Firstly, Su Yu did not need flying treasures to travel at all. Secondly, The Supreme One faction's flying treasures were too bright. Using it would be like saying that he was a member of the Supreme One faction. Suyu and the other 3 left the flying treasure immediately. Chapter 2499. Ri Zhongtian glanced in Suyu's direction, a little hesitant. In fact, he had wanted to follow Suyu, but he could not bring himself to do so. Hearing Yun Feixian's words, his expression turned serious. It's better to be safe than sorry. Although junior brother Su's guess is ridiculous, it's better for us to be on our guard. In theory, the few of them should not be important in the eyes of the enemy. It was not worth spending so much effort to capture them. But what if? Senior brother Ri, why are you so suspicious? Yun Feixian covered her mouth and laughed. We should be cautious, but it's not good to be overly cautious. Ri Zhongtian shook his head and said thoughtfully, but I have a feeling of unease. Even someone as powerful as Suyu had to be extremely cautious. Would it really be all right for them to be so reckless? Sigh. All right, when we cross the 1,000 Ming Mountain, we will try our best not to cause any commotion, Yun Feixian said. A day passed quickly. They arrived at the 1,000 Ming Mountain on time. As far as the eye could see, a pitch-black mountain range stretched across the vast land. Giant, pitch-black trees grew all over the mountain range. That was the famous Weeping God Ghost Tree. With the naked eye, a gentle breeze blew past the divine tree's leaves. An entire tree suddenly let out a ghostly wail. Its shriek caused the nearby Weeping God Ghost Trees to howl. All the Weeping God Ghost Trees within his line of sight were alarmed. Such a huge commotion would be difficult not to be discovered. Yun Feixian's expression calmed down. Under her control, the rumbling sounds of the flying treasure disappeared, and she prepared to fly it high up in the sky. This way, the possibility of alerting the Weeping God Ghost Trees would be reduced. Wait, Ri Zhongtian hurriedly stopped her. If there is really an ambush in the mountain range, wouldn't it be easier for you to be discovered if you flew high up in the sky? Yun Feixian was startled, and she hurriedly lowered the flying treasure's altitude, flying close to the top of the 1,000 Ming Mountain. However, no matter how much the sound of the flying treasure was suppressed, it would still cause a gust of air as it flew. The gust of air formed a gust of wind, blowing at the Weeping God Ghost Trees. Suddenly, the area was filled with Weeping God Ghost Trees, and the sound was extremely piercing. Yun Feixian's heart skipped a beat. He subconsciously increased the speed of his flying Dharma treasure, hoping to rush over quickly. Ri Zhongtian immediately transmitted, "Don't!" Unfortunately, it was too late. The sudden acceleration of the flying magic treasure brought about an even more powerful movement. The Weeping God Ghost Trees' cries turned from noisy to ear-piercing, piercing through the 9 heavens. All of the Weeping God Ghost Trees within a radius of billions of kilometers were affected. Quick, escape immediately. Since they had already caused such a huge commotion, there was no need to hide anymore. Yun Feixian immediately activated his flying Dharma treasure and turned into a beam of light as he flew over. In the blink of an eye, he flew away. When Yun Feixian turned around and saw that there were no pursuers, he could not help but heave a sigh of relief. I already said that junior brother Su is just scaring himself. Let's see, what kind of ambush could there be? Yun Feixian teased Ri Zhongtian. At this moment, Ri Zhongtian's tense heart slowly relaxed. He smiled bitterly and said, "Maybe I overestimated Suyu." Because Suyu was so powerful, he trusted his intelligence. Yun Feixian could not stop laughing. That's why I said that going too far is as bad as not going far enough. To put it nicely, junior brother Su is just being cautious, but to put it bluntly, he is just a coward. She faced the crowd and was speaking when she suddenly realized that there was something wrong with everyone's eyes. They were filled with fear. "What's wrong with all of you?" Yun Feixian asked in surprise. All of a sudden, Yun Feixian felt a chill on her neck, as if a cold breeze was blowing toward her. At the same time, she heard a sinister voice. I feel that the cowardly junior brother, Suyu said, is the smart one. Yun Feixian's body shuddered, and she slowly turned her head. Her beautiful eyes gradually widened, and she saw a humongous Xian Dao Master level bird. There were 13 tall figures standing upright on it. Each of them was at the Xian Dao Master level. The leader was a 100-meter tall giant wearing a skull necklace. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked down at Yun Feixian. Yun Feixian swallowed hard. You are Humph. The skeleton giant snorted, and its giant palm pressed down like a mountain, instantly grabbing Yun Feixian. Then, as she shrieked in fear, she was thrown into the giant's mouth. Her pathetic cries reverberated in the giant's mouth for a while. Then there were no more sounds. Seeing this, the remaining 5 people on the flying treasure turned pale with fear. Ri Zhongtian really wanted to slap himself in the face. He had obviously trusted Su Yu's judgment, so why had he not chosen to leave with him, but instead followed the arrogant Yun Feixian? In the end, everything was just as Su Yu had predicted. There was an ambush in the 10,000 Crying Mountain. It was an ambush that caused them to despair. After the giant finished eating Yun Feixian, it licked its lips. Its giant eyes looked toward Ri Zhongtian and the others, and it laughed cruelly. The taste is not bad. I wonder how the one who killed Protector Lei tastes like. Protector Lei? Who? They had no idea. What is the cultivation level of that Su person? The giant scanned them, seeing through their cultivation levels. The strongest was only Ri Zhongtian, who was about to break through to the Xian Dao Master level. Such a person could not have killed Protector Lei. The only possibility was that so-called junior brother Su. Ri Zhongtian swallowed hard, saying, I don't know, but he could kill me with a glance. By Lianxin and Tianling, Dao were existences similar to him, but they had all died with a glance from Su Yu. He could kill you with a glance. That must be Xian Dao Master. The giant grunted. Where is he? How could the people on the flying treasure dare to hide anything? They told the giant everything in detail. After listening, the giant laughed coldly. What a cunning thing, to be able to guess that we were lying in ambush at the 10,000 Crying Mountain. I have to say, even I admire his divine foresight. Even as an enemy, he could not help but admire Su Yu's scheming. If it were most people, they would not believe that they had set up such a shocking plan and set up an ambush on the entire Wanming Mountain. No matter which part of the 10,000 Crying Mountain they chose, as long as they caused a commotion, they would immediately be discovered by the people lying in ambush. But Su Yu was able to predict and change his route so decisively. Just this wisdom alone was enough to make one sigh in admiration. This is interesting. The giant crushed a piece of jade and told the other people lying in ambush what had happened. After that, he looked at Ri Zhongtian and said, You are still a promising candidate. Follow me back to the cliff of the world and be my slave. Hearing this, Ri Zhongtian was shocked. The cliff of the world? You are from the 3 great divine clans. Chapter 2500. As for the remaining 4 people on the magic treasure, he sneered, opened his mouth, and swallowed them all. At the same time, a ferocious beast was running wildly on the ground. If one looked carefully, they would find that there was a storage space on the dire beast's belly. Within the space were Su Yu, Chun Qingquan, and the other 2. Senior brother Su, isn't this speed too slow? Chun Qingquan held a map in his hand. There was a dot of light on the map that was almost motionless. That was where they were now. Compared to the long journey back to the sect, the distance the light that had traveled was almost negligible. Su Yu was calm and composed. Anyway, we have enough time crystals. What's wrong with returning to the faction a little later? That's true. Chun Qingquan put away the map and stopped thinking about it. He asked curiously, Senior brother Su, can I ask what your current cultivation level is? If it's not convenient to disclose it, then forget it. Not only him, but the other two members of the team, Linger and Pearl, also came over. Their eyes sparkled. They were really curious about Su Yu's abilities. However, Su Yu shook his head lightly. It was a slip of the tongue. Brother Su, please don't take it to heart. Chun Chin-Kuan misunderstood that Su Yu didn't want to inform them, so his face was filled with embarrassment. Su Yu said calmly, "It's not that I don't want to tell you, but I don't know either." He had only been in the Greater One sect for a short period of time and did not have any friends, so he had never discussed the issue of the Tao Lord realm with anyone. Chun Chin-Kuan was stunned for a while before he realized that Su Yu was just a goalie who had just been promoted from a slave to a disciple. It wasn't strange that he didn't know the hierarchy of Xian Dao masters. That's easy. Chun Chin-Kuan took out a ring that was engraved with many images of living beings. Senior Brother Su, you just need to imbue a bit of Xian Dao master's power into this. Su Yu nodded and did as he was told. The ring immediately emitted a faint purple light. Light purple. Chun Chin-Kuan, Ling, and Zhu looked at him with admiration and respect. Chun Chin-Kuan suddenly understood. No wonder Senior Brother Su is so powerful, and even the heavenly puppet is afraid of you. Senior Brother Su is already a late-stage light, Nirvana stage, Xian Dao master. Chun Chin-Kuan had been in the Greater One faction for many years, and he indeed knew more than Su Yu. How are Xian Dao masters' realms divided? Ever since Su Yu came to the Greater One sect, he had come into contact with Master Xian, and he could clearly sense the gap between their cultivation levels. They were both Xian Dao masters. Some of them were Xian Dao masters, 9-star disciples, vice hall masters, and grand managers. However, there was a huge gap between their strengths. Chun Chin-Kuan said, Xian Dao's cultivation is divided into light nirvana, middle nirvana, peak nirvana, void nirvana, and nirvana void. These 5 realms are then divided into early, middle, and late stages. Brother Su is now at the late stage of light nirvana. Hearing this, Su Yu suddenly understood. The division of the profound path was roughly the same as the division of the ecliptic path. The latter was also divided into the initial Tao realm, forgetting words realm, fish dragon realm, heaven tier, and great exalted realm. Each realm was further divided into 3 levels. After being in an 8-star civilization for so long, he finally had some understanding of his own cultivation. Zhu Er enviously said, Senior apprentice brother Su was able to reach the late stage of light nirvana at such a young age. It's really incredible. He's not any weaker than the local geniuses in the dream break realm. Ling also said that's right. With senior brother Su's current strength, he can rank in the top 10 among those of the same generation. Oh, Su Yu was slightly surprised. Our Greater One faction still has such a powerful heaven ruler. In the days that he had been in Greater One sect, he had never heard of such a powerful peer in the sect. Chun Chin-Kuan said, Of course there is. However, they are different from us ordinary guards. We are trained by the faction to manage the faction well, but they are trained as martial inheritors by the faction. They have priority access to all the high-quality resources in the faction, and we try our best to train them to become top-notch experts. Zhu and Ling eyes dimmed, and they sighed. Yes, they stay outside the main gate for a long time, and are trained by the second master himself. They are in a different world from us. Su Yu gently rubbed his chin. It turned out that there was such a special group of people in the faction. However, they should not have any interaction with him. Once he became a hall master, he would be qualified to use that item and find out the location of the sinful Lady Palace. Then he would leave the Greater One sect. Taking advantage of this rare opportunity, Su Yu humbly asked them for relevant knowledge. Time passed slowly. The ferocious beasts ran tirelessly for a whole year, and finally arrived at the southern end of the Wanming mountain range. As long as they went around the southern end, they could successfully bypass the Wanming mountain range. The day after that, they would be able to return to the faction without any obstacles. However, the southern end had already extended to the neighboring faction, the Jintian faction. 2 years ago, the Jintian faction and the Greater One sect had a dispute, and they fought for the mine together. This time, they had borrowed the territory of the Jintian faction. If they were discovered, there would inevitably be another fierce battle. Senior Brother Su, we are almost there. Do you want to come out now? Chun Chinkuan asked. Su Yu shook his head. Let the ferocious beasts run. We are too big a target, as if responding to his words. As soon as he said it, the whole cavern world shook violently. Looking out, Su Yu's mouth could not help but twitch slightly. The ferocious beasts had accidentally broken into the formation trap at the border of the two factions. The ferocious beasts were smashed to pieces, and even the space storage device was attacked by the formation. We have no choice but to come out, Su Yu said helplessly. The 4 of them left the storage device. As soon as Su Yu appeared, he stepped on the ground and destroyed the formation that was about to attack. What came into view was a boundless plain. It was also where the Zhengtian faction was located. The place where he was standing now was the territory of the Jintian faction. Chun Chinkuan sent a message to ask if it was safe. Su Yu said, "You can stay in the storage device for the time being. We will talk about it when I am safe." In a foreign land, the more people there were, the bigger the target. He looked back at the end of the Wanming mountain and murmured, "Finally, I can officially return to the faction." If he walked forward for a while, he would be completely out of the range of the Wanming mountain. Who would have thought that, at this moment, a powerful domain would suddenly descend upon them? Sword shadows flew out from the domain, piercing Su Yu's heart with thousands of swords. Without thinking, Su Yu raised his hand and slapped it with his palm. The vigorous power of the mysterious path smashed the domain away on the spot. A surprised voice suddenly came. Late-stage light nirvana? You are an inner sanctum, disciple of the Greater One faction, aren't you? It was just as Chun Chinkuan had described. The Greater One faction divided its disciples into 2 categories. One was the one who managed the faction and did not expect them to be strong in martial arts. The other was the one who specialized in cultivation and regarded them as the martial arts heritage. The former could be called outer sanctum disciples, and the latter could be called inner sanctum disciples. Su Yu was so young, but he had extraordinary cultivation. Naturally, he was regarded as an inner sanctum disciple. Why do you care? Su Yu snorted coldly and hit somewhere on the plain. Boom! With a loud explosion, a huge gap immediately appeared on the plain. A stone statue was half buried in it. The stone statue opened its mouth and laughed. Little kid, you have quite a temper. Chapter 2501. Since you are a disciple of the Greater One sect and an inner sect disciple, and you have trespassed into the territory of the Righteous Sky sect, no matter what you say, this old man cannot let you go. The stone statue slowly climbed out. His seemingly smiling face was filled with murderous intent. Su Yu's gaze was calm as he said, "Since you know my cultivation level, why do you have to make things difficult for me? I'm just passing through your sect's territory. I have no ill intentions." Hearing this, the stone statue smiled. "Do you think your cultivation is that amazing?" As he spoke, he released his cultivation base. That was obviously a level higher than Su Yu's. The density of his Xiantao energy was more than twice that of Su Yu's. Early stage of middle nirvana. Su Yu recognized it immediately and was slightly surprised. Middle nirvana, early stage, in the Greater One sect. One could definitely take up the position of Hall Master. However, this person was actually sent to guard the borders. Hee, it's your bad luck to have met me. The stone statue slowly said. All of its profound energy was suddenly poured into the ground. Bang! At the same time, Suyu suddenly felt that the ground he was standing on had left the boundary of the earth and become a part of the stone statue. Suddenly, a huge crack appeared beneath his feet. The sharp teeth formed by the stones intersected with each other, gnawing on the things that fell in. Suyu immediately soared into the sky. However, as soon as he moved, he discovered that his body was more than 10,000 times heavier than usual. This was the stone statue's innate skill, earth manipulation. Even the gravity of the earth had changed. Suyu fell down uncontrollably and was about to fall into the ferocious giant mouth. His eyes finally turned cold. "Old thing, I've already given you a way out." Suyu could use this as an excuse to kill his opponent's sneak attack. However, he had entered the righteous Sky sect first and was in the wrong, so he did not want to make a big fuss. Who would have thought that the stone statue didn't know what was good for it? Haha! How many years has it been since we last met? Has the inner court disciple of Greater One sect become so arrogant? The stone statue said in a hoarse voice. Humph! 8 purple vortexes suddenly appeared in Suyu's left eye. At the same time, the vortex spun violently and shot out 8 bolts of destructive lightning. Roar! 8 lightning dragons descended from the sky and bombarded the stone statue without any warning. The 8 extreme lightning controlling set. The stone statue's expression changed abruptly as it recognized the origin of the 8 thunderbolts. He hurriedly condensed a defensive barrier formed by the earth around him to resist the 8 lightning dragons that were about to land on him. Even so, the stone statue's body was still attacked by the strands of lightning, causing his entire body to go numb. However, the stone statue's face was filled with astonishment. It trembled and said, You are one of the 7-star protectors of that person from the Triple Deity sect? Suyu was slightly startled. That person? Who? However, he had clearly misunderstood his identity. Suyu was too lazy to explain, so he said, If you know, then get lost. The stone statue didn't even resist. It immediately withdrew its innate talent, turned around, and ran without making a sound. Seeing that he had left so readily, Suyu could not help but be suspicious. Is this identity really so intimidating? If a guard was already like this, then who knew what the identity of the 7-star guard was? With the stone statue escaping, Suyu had no time to pursue it. He took the opportunity to go around the 1,000 Ming Mountain and headed straight for the Greater One faction. However, the stone statue's manipulation of the nearby land still indirectly affected One Ming Mountain. Endless, ghostly wails like lightning spread from the southern end to the rest of the area. The stone statue ran all the way to the Jintian faction. His face was filled with horror, and he kept muttering, How did I meet Protector Lei? Since Protector Lei is here, does that mean that person is here too? As he was thinking, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure. The figure was standing quietly under a big tree. His left hand was behind his back, and his right hand was holding a leaf, playing with it leisurely. This person had long blonde hair, an extremely handsome face, and there was a faint smile on his face. What shocked the stone statue the most was that the hourglass on top of this person's head was motionless. The lives of all martial artists in the dream-interrupted realm were controlled by the realm of time. The time crystal in the hourglass was constantly dripping down. However, this blonde young man did not even have a drop of time crystal. The stone statue wanted to ask who this person was, but this person gave him an extremely dangerous feeling, so he simply pretended not to see him and left immediately. Unexpectedly, when he ignored the other person called out to him, Did you cause the commotion at the Thousand Sounds Mountain just now? The stone statue's heart skipped a beat, and he stopped in his tracks, looking at the other person with slight fear. You are. The blond young man had a handsome and elegant smile, and he slowly walked over. Can you answer me first? His voice was very gentle, but it had an irresistible charm to it. The stone statue could not help but answer, Yes, I fought with someone. Oh, what's his name? The blond young man had already walked closer, and his appearance gave off an unusually warm feeling. However, the stone statue felt extremely pressured, and he hurriedly said, "One of the 7-star protectors of the Triple Deities sect, Protector Lay!" The blond young man's smile suddenly widened, and his eyes became even more gentle. "Why are you so sure?" "Because he has the 8 Extremes lightning controlling set." The stone statue took a deep breath. Talking to this mysterious blond young man made him feel more and more pressured, and he almost could not breathe. This feeling was like facing the few big shots of the sect, and it made him suffocate. "Oh, the 8 Extremes lightning controlling set." The blond young man smiled and nodded. "Where is he?" The stone statue hurriedly said, "He escaped in the direction of the Greater One sect." "Well, thank you." The blond young man smiled and put the leaf in his hand into the stone statue's hand and said softly, "This is my name." The stone statue looked down, and his face suddenly changed dramatically. Because of the shock, his facial features were distorted. In the distortion, one could see the fear that came from the soul. He held the leaf with both hands and looked at the 2 words on it, and his whole body trembled. His lips opened and closed, but no words came out. After a long time, his expression changed, and suddenly, as if he had summoned his courage, he stretched out 2 fingers and suddenly dug his eyes out. Blood splattered, and his 2 eyeballs were dug out by himself. Then he immediately knelt on the ground and continuously kowtowed to the heavens. "I have dug out my own eyes, and I beg the Master to spare my life." Faintly, it seemed that something had left his body. However, blood still flowed from his eye sockets, and it fell onto the leaf, and the 2 blurred words could be clearly seen. "Xiaohao, back to Suyu." He had successfully bypassed the Thousand Ming Mountain and returned to the territory of the Greater One sect. This trip to the Greater One sect, even if he used the space domain continuously, would take at least a month. "Let's go back to the faction as soon as possible," Suyu said softly. He had been away from the faction for more than a year, and he did not know if the reward he posted had been accepted. Swoosh! The Star River flowed under his feet, and his whole body turned into the Star River, instantly appearing in a faraway place. Chapter 2502. There was a lone boat on the lake, and a golden-haired youth was fishing alone in the middle of the lake. Huh. Suyu raised his eyebrows slightly. He felt that this scene was a little strange, but he did not think too much about it. He used the space domain again and teleported to the next place. After he landed, Suyu's pupil shrank. There was a pavilion on a green mountain in the distance. In the pavilion, a golden-haired youth was sitting there drinking wine. This golden-haired youth and the golden-haired youth were probably the same person. But how was this possible? Suyu used the space domain to travel trillions of miles in an instant. Moreover, even if the other party was far faster than him, how could he predict where he was going to arrive in advance? With some surprise, Suyu used the space domain again and arrived at the next place. However, what made his expression change was that the golden-haired youth was already waiting there, holding a wine cup in his hand and smiling at him. Suyu's heart suddenly beat faster, and a strong sense of danger came over him. He used the space domain several times in a row, each time without stopping. He had crossed an unknown distance 18 times in a row. However, when he appeared, the golden-haired youth was there again. This time, Suyu's expression finally became serious. He did not leave again, but stared at the golden-haired youth. "Why are you following me?" The golden-haired youth smiled gently. "I am not following you. I am just waiting for you. You can continue." Suyu said lightly, "Is that so?" He pulled down a corner of his blindfold and completely released the space domain. Whoosh! In an instant, the whole world turned into the Milky Way and was divided into 2 halves. One half swept Suyu toward the Greater One sect, and the other half swept the golden-haired youth in the opposite direction. Under such circumstances, it should be difficult for the other party to reach where Suyu was. However, the result made Suyu's face sink. The golden-haired youth, who should have been swept far away, was still waiting in front of him. He smiled and shook the wine cup in his hand. "Do you need a drink?" Suyu's mind was racing. The golden-haired youth was not fast. No matter how fast a person's body technique was, it was impossible to be faster than the space domain. Moreover, Suyu had just swept him in the opposite direction, so it was impossible for him to be faster than Suyu. Suddenly, Suyu thought of a possibility, and his expression changed slightly. "Let's talk about it after you catch up to me." Activating the space domain once again, Suyu transformed into the Milky Way and dispersed. When he was about to appear, Suyu quietly opened the time domain and slowed down time by 10,000 times. Heaven, earth, and all living things were frozen in place. The place where he was about to land also fell into a state of slow time. Theoretically, everything there should have slowed down. However, when Suyu appeared, he found that the golden-haired youth was quickly approaching the place where Suyu was about to appear. The slowing of time had no effect on him at all, as if he was not under the control of time. Suyu's pupils shrank, and he calmly withdrew the time domain. All of these changes happened invisibly, and the golden-haired youth didn't notice it at all. Suyu had opened the realm of time and had seen through the reason why he was so mysterious. That was because the golden-haired young man had mastered the domain of time. Like Suyu, he was a time domain expert. The golden-haired young man's movement technique was not fast, but he was able to release an extremely wide range of time deceleration domain, causing everything to slow down. Even if Suyu used the space domain, Suyu seemed to travel trillions of miles in an instant, but in fact a long time had passed in the domain of time deceleration. The golden-haired young man was able to leisurely arrive at the place where Suyu was about to land in advance and wait leisurely. He had actually encountered the descendant of the Time Master. The demon elder had once said that the descendants of the Time Masters could use their domains. The golden-haired young man in front of him was undoubtedly the descendant of the Time Master. "You must drink this glass of wine." The golden-haired young man smiled, thinking that he had won. He didn't know that Suyu had already seen through his means. "I can drink, but I like to finish what I have to say first," Suyu said calmly. The golden-haired young man put down the wine glass and smiled with his hands behind his back. "From today on, you are one of my 7 star guards. I will give you the name Bai. As the saying goes, an ant trying to shake a tree is overestimating its own strength." What Bai meant was insignificant and powerless. The golden-haired young man meant that in front of him, Suyu was as small as an ant and could never shake a tree like him. Moreover, his tone was indisputable, without the slightest intention of asking. That tone was as if he was informing. It was as if he was the master of heaven and earth. "Are you done?" Suyu said coldly. The golden-haired young man smiled. "Are you not satisfied with the name I gave you?" Suyu did not answer. "Since there is nothing else to say, I will take my leave." With a step, Suyu used the space domain to leave. At the same time, he also opened the time domain. He did not dare to slack off in the slightest in the face of someone who had mastered the time domain. As expected, in the time domain he saw with his own eyes that the golden-haired young man patted the hourglass on top of his head. The hourglass fell at an extremely slow speed, dragging a vast area into the realm of time deceleration. He walked calmly toward Suyu, who was trapped in the time domain. Suyu's movement of using the space domain was almost forbidden in the time domain. He was motionless like a statue. The golden-haired young man walked over with his hands behind his back. Looking at Suyu's almost motionless body, he sighed lightly. "I wanted to spare your life, but unfortunately you don't know what's good for you. In that case, I can only end you, descendant of the Space Master." His gentle eyes emitted a cold and sharp aura. His palm grabbed the hourglass above Suyu's head. As soon as he touched it, The hourglass above Suyu's had dripped at a speed 100 times faster. In just 1 or 2 breaths, Suyu's life would be exhausted and he would die. This was the golden-haired young man's killing method. It could be said to kill without leaving a trace. However, the scene that followed made the golden-haired young man suddenly stunned. Because when the last time crystal was about to drip clean and Suyu's life was about to end, a strange scene appeared. The time crystals that had already dripped started flowing backwards until they were restored to the previous level. The golden-haired young man was extremely confused. It was the first time in his life that he had encountered something like this. At this moment, a voice that made the golden-haired young man's hair stand on end sounded without warning. Of course, it is the time reversal domain. Do you still need to ask? Swish! The golden-haired young man was so scared that his heart suddenly jumped. He hurriedly stepped back and stared at Suyu in disbelief. At this time, how could Suyu still be in a frozen state? There was a faint, cold light in his eyes, and a playful smile hung at the corner of his mouth. Why, are you surprised that I can still speak in your time domain? Chapter 2503. There were only 2 types of people who were proficient in the domain of time. One was a descendant of the Time Master, such as himself. The other type was those who succeeded on their own, such as Suyu. However, in the dream-shattered realm, where the Time Sovereign controlled the world, no one could obtain a time domain and become a time domainer. Moreover, Suyu had mastered the space domain. Could it be that he wasn't a descendant of the Space Sovereign, and that he had even cultivated his space domain on his own? How was that possible? It was already extremely difficult for someone to cultivate a sovereign domain in just 150 years. It was impossible for him to cultivate a second domain. Who are you? The golden-haired youth finally realized that the person he was chasing might not be as simple as a lowly human. Suyu replied calmly, "Guess." The golden-haired youth's eyes flashed. You've already grasped the domain of time and space. You can be considered a top-ranked Heaven's Chosen. If you follow me, I'll ensure that you survive this calamity. The calamity he spoke of was undoubtedly the destruction of an era. Don't repeat yourself. He would never follow someone in his life. His Tao had always been lonely and long. Perhaps you still don't understand who is standing in front of you. The golden-haired youth regained his composure. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the 9th-in-line successor to the Time Sovereign, Grand Emperor Xiaohao. The Time Ruler was a godlike existence in the 8-star civilization, omnipresent, imperceptibly controlling everything in the world. A single thought from the hegemon could determine the fate of all living beings. He could wreak havoc and destroy countless sections. Their children were all holy sons who inherited their bloodline abilities. Every one of them was a peerless figure whose name shook the galaxy. The golden-haired youth in front of him was the 9th son of the Time Master, and Suyu had already witnessed his abilities. Oh, so what? Suyu asked calmly. Xiaohao pursed his lips into a smile. I am one of the future hegemons. If you assist me in ascending to the position of hegemon, I can increase the level of your domain, allowing you to completely control the domain of time. Increase the rank of my domain? Suyu knew that the same realm was divided into 4 levels according to its strength: beginner, middle, advanced, and prime. He had just condensed his domain not long ago, so its strength was only at the elementary level. From Xiaohao's tone, it sounded as if sovereigns could casually raise the level of other people's domains. I can improve the time domain on my own. I don't need your help. Suyu would find a way to improve the level of his domain. Xiaohao shook his head and said, I'll give you one last chance. Agree or die. He stared at Suyu, took a deep breath, and took out another time hourglass. Your time realm is only at the primary level, while I have reached the advanced level. It won't be difficult for me to kill you. To be honest, it would be a pity to kill Suyu. However, not killing him was even more dangerous. A person who could control both the time domain and the space domain, but was unable to control them. His future path to becoming a ruler was destined to be dangerous. Then let's give it a try. Suyu was not afraid at all. It was undeniable that his opponent's time domain was indeed more powerful. However, in terms of the scope of the time realm, it was far beyond Suyu's. His time domain was only limited to his field of vision, but this person's time domain was quite extensive. At least, the range that Suyu used the space realm to cross once was still within the control of his time realm. Unfortunately, you chose the worst answer. Xiao Hao's golden hair suddenly danced in the wind. The 2 hourglasses froze at the same time. Suyu was instantly frozen in time. His mind was still there, but his body was no longer under his control, as if it had been frozen. Time acceleration. Suyu shouted softly. The only way to counteract the time freeze was to accelerate time and remove the frozen state. Time was indeed accelerated. However, it did not completely counteract his opponent's time freeze. As a result, Suyu's movement was obviously twice as slow as the golden-haired youth's. This is the difference between the middle-level domain and the primary-level domain. The golden-haired youth walked over and pointed at Suyu, who was moving extremely slowly. In such a state, anyone else could only wait for death. Death stare. Just as the youth approached, Suyu activated the death domain without warning. An ancient giant monument suddenly appeared behind Suyu. On the giant monument, there was an awe-inspiring death character. As soon as the giant monument appeared, the aura of death descended, and tens of thousands of ghosts wailed. It was as if the 9 serenities of hell had descended upon the world. The death character flew into the sky and turned into an eye that contained the death character, staring at the golden-haired youth. All of a sudden, the golden-haired youth felt his body rapidly decaying from the inside out. Death domain. At this moment, the golden-haired youth was really shocked. It was already extremely incredible for a person to cultivate the time and space domains at the same time. How is it possible to cultivate the death domain? With the death domain on his body, the golden-haired youth's body began to decay uncontrollably. In just the blink of an eye, his soul and life fell into a state of near death. However, Suyu knew that as someone with the time domain, it was very difficult to be killed in this way. Time reversal. Sure enough, at the critical moment, the golden-haired youth used time reversal, restoring the time in this area to before Suyu displayed the death domain. Everything returned to the moment when he was about to kill Suyu. However, because he used time reversal, the previous state of time freeze disappeared. Time freeze! This time, it was Suyu's turn to use time freeze. Just as he was about to freeze, the golden-haired youth, who was still far away, had a finger pointed between his eyebrows. It turned out that he had also used the time slowdown domain. This caused Suyu to fall into the slow domain. Fortunately, he reacted in time and was able to barely react when he froze time. However, Suyu's time domain could not completely freeze the golden-haired youth. The other party's finger still penetrated Suyu's head without any hindrance. However, at the moment when the finger touched Suyu's eyebrows, a strange scene appeared. Suyu's figure collapsed into thin air. An afterimage? The golden-haired youth was startled and immediately realized that something was wrong. Not good. Time freeze. However, he was still a step too late. A destructive thunderbolt suddenly penetrated his body and smashed the golden-haired youth into pieces. Only then was Suyu's figure revealed. It turned out that he had activated the space domain in advance and successfully avoided the golden-haired youth's time freeze. Then, he activated the thunder controlling 8 extreme set. He killed him with the destructive thunderbolt. However, Suyu knew that he would not die so easily. Time freeze. After Suyu killed the golden-haired youth, he immediately activated the time and space domains, completely freezing the entire space. Time reversal. Almost at the same time, the golden-haired youth's low roar resounded between heaven and earth. The latter's time reversal broke through Su Yu's time freeze, causing a large area of time to flow backward. Chapter 2504. At the place where the blonde young man was destroyed, a figure was rapidly condensing. His figure was blurred and there were multiple shadows. This was because his body was restricted by the space domain and could not return to the place where he stood. Eyes of Death. Su Yu launched the death domain again while he was unable to move. The huge eyes of death swept down and immediately destroyed the body that was about to be resurrected. However, not long after the destruction, the blonde young man launched the time reversal again, resurrecting himself and dissipating the death domain. This was repeated 10 times. The effect of the time reversal of the blonde young man was getting weaker and weaker, and slowly it was almost the same as Su Yu's time domain. Su Yu's eyes flashed. Sure enough, the time domain of a descendant of the Time Master, like the blonde young man, was not cultivated by himself. It was inherited from the bloodline. Every time it was used, it would inevitably consume a trace of the bloodline. In theory, it could not be used without limit. Therefore, Su Yu killed him again and again, and he continued to consume the bloodline, which eventually led to the current situation. The bloodline was getting weaker and weaker, and the time domain was getting weaker and weaker. As long as the power of his time domain was reduced to the same level as Su Yu, killing him would no longer be difficult. As if sensing the crisis, the blonde young man was angry for the first time. Congratulations, you have successfully angered me. What made Su Yu's pupil shrink was that a third time sand appeared next to the blonde young man. I have released a high-level time domain. Except for that woman, you are the first. The blonde young man was like an enraged lion. Time reversal. Suddenly, Su Yu felt that his time freeze domain was like a dam in front of a monstrous flood. It could no longer be stopped, and it was instantly washed away. Time reversed rapidly until it went back to the time when the blonde young man was fishing alone in the boat. Everything that had happened before was like a dream. But Su Yu knew that this was not a dream. Humph! The blonde young man stood up from the boat, and his movement caused ripples on the boat. However, the ripples suddenly froze the moment the blonde young man got up. His time freeze domain had been launched. Su Yu knew that it was not good, and immediately used the time domain to accelerate the passage of time around him. However, the difference between the primary time domain and the high-level time domain was too great, and it could not be offset at all. He was still firmly fixed, and he watched the blonde young man walk over the frozen space. His face was filled with killing intent, and his handsome face became twisted and vicious. If you die in my high-level time realm, you can die without regrets. The golden-haired youth said coldly. A finger, without any hindrance, penetrated Su Yu's head. A strong sense of danger reverberated in Su Yu's heart. He had no choice but to activate the 8 domains. His eye patch silently fell off, revealing an 8-colored eye. Everything in the world was frozen, but this eye was not affected at all. It quietly spun and released a beautiful 8-colored halo of light. 8 great domains break. In the blink of an eye, the 8 domains flew out of his left eye and swept across the world. Wherever it passed, all domains were shattered. Even if it was a high-grade time domain, it was swept away by the 8 domains together and wiped out without a trace. Little Kylin. The advanced time domain was broken, and Su Yu summoned the little Kylin without hesitation. 9 nether jade flames. The little Qilint's body shrunk as the scales on its entire body opened up, and a jade-green flame that swept out in all directions sprayed out from its body. Ah! With a sad scream, the golden-haired youth was instantly ignited. The strong 9 nether jade flames immediately penetrated into the depths of his soul, burning it. Time reversal! The golden-haired youth immediately launched the advanced time domain, returning all time to the time when he was fishing on the lake. However, to the golden-haired youth's horror, There was one thing that did not disappear with the reversal of time. That was the 9 nether jade flames. To be precise, there was still a small part of the 9 nether jade flames in his body, and it was rapidly growing. It would only take 10 breaths to destroy his soul. The golden-haired youth's face was filled with a trace of panic, and he quickly displayed the advanced time reversal domain several times. In this way, the 9 nether jade flames completely dissipated from his body, but it also consumed a lot of blood power. The effect of the time domain quickly fell to the level of the middle-level domain. The golden-haired youth looked at Suyu again, his eyes full of fear. It turns out that I have encountered the descendant of the ancient god Jiulong. How could the golden-haired youth not recognize the 8-color domain that swept through all domains? At this moment, the golden-haired youth finally understood why the opponent was so difficult to deal with. It turned out to be the descendant of the ancient god. Ordinary heaven rulers were not qualified to be his opponent at all. Only the descendants of the great rulers and the descendants of the ancient gods were qualified to fight him. However, ever since the ancient god Jiulong created the world and controlled the 8 great domains alone, the heavenly law no longer allowed anyone to achieve the 8 great domains. Suyu, who was in front of him, could display the 8 great domains, which meant that he did not cultivate them himself. He could only be a descendant of the ancient god Jiulong. Through the power of the bloodline, he could display the 8 great domains. Unfortunately, his guess was completely wrong. Suyu had cultivated the 8 great domains on his own, not by relying on any bloodline. Of course, Suyu would not explain. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. The 8 great domains in Suyu's eyes rotated in unison. The golden-haired youth's eyes sharpened, his heart surging with fighting spirit. Back then, at the beginning of the era when the world was first born, the 8 great rulers each obtained the fortunes from the holy mountain and became the masters of their respective domains. If there were no accidents, the 8 great rulers would replace the 9 great divine ancestors of the previous era and become the strongest beings of the current era. They could also be called the 8 ancestors. However, the ancient god Jiulong intercepted the fortunes of the 8 great rulers with the divine 9-dragon cauldron. He had cultivated the 8 great domains one step ahead of them. The weakened fortunes of the 8 great rulers remained at the level of the rulers, unable to become existences of the ancestor level. The ancient god Jiulong, the ancient god Jiulong, the ancient god Jinxian, and the other almighties of the early era took the opportunity to rise, becoming transcendent beings above the 8 great rulers. This was an unforgettable hatred for the 8 great rulers. The descendants of the 8 great rulers would forever fight with the descendants of the ancient god Jiulong to avenge the past. The golden-haired youth and Suyu were mortal enemies. However, the golden-haired youth had fought many battles, and his bloodline had been greatly damaged. Continuing to fight would not help him. Descendant of the ancient god Jiulong, if this is all you have, prepare to be beheaded. The golden-haired youth sneered. You will never understand the strength of the descendants of the rulers. His strength was already comparable to Suyu's. However, among all the descendants of the 8 great juggernauts, it was still unknown how his strength would rank. Destroy! The 8 great domains flew out of Suyu's left eye and bombarded the golden-haired youth. Time freeze! The golden-haired youth immediately activated the high-level time domain and left. Suyu looked at the empty world. He wanted to chase after him, but he could do nothing. The golden-haired youth had mastered the high-level time domain. If he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. He recalled the golden-haired youth's last words in his mind, and he could not help but worry. He knew that, as a descendant of the ancient gods, he would face the ancient gods' great enemies sooner or later. Chapter 2505. Masters. Masters of the 8 great realms. Each of them controlled the limits of their own realms. Yuan realm. Furthermore, his cultivation was definitely earth-shattering. He had to be careful with every step if he wanted to fight against the 8 great masters alone. The most important thing now is to improve my cultivation. Su Yu knew that he had to be strong himself. Relying on outsiders was not going to help. I need to get the location of the sinful lady palace as soon as possible and leave the Greater One sect. The news that the descendants of the ancient god Julong existed in the Greater One sect could not be hidden for long. It would take at least 1 or 2 years to 10 years for the rest of the masters to find out. When that time came, they would come looking for Su Yu, and he would be destroyed. Thinking of this, he rushed back to the faction without stopping. At the entrance of the faction, he released Chen Qianquan, Zhuer, Linger, and the traitor, who were trapped in the space storage device. The 4 of them returned to the armory. However, there was only one deputy hall master left to manage affairs. He was shocked that Su Yu had returned with an entire team. "How did you come back?" Deputy hall master Bai was shocked. A year ago, Su Yu and the others had died tragically on the register. Only Su Yu, Chen Qianquan, and Ri Zhongtian were left. Unexpectedly, besides Ri Zhongtian, the other 4 had all returned. After careful questioning, they found out that the traitor was among them. The deputy hall master immediately reported the matter to the higher-ups, including the great master, who was furious. Su Yu and the other 3 had successfully completed the mission and received the reward of the mission. The disciple level had risen by 2 levels. Chen Qianquan was already an 8-star disciple. Rising by 2 levels made him a deputy hall master. Zhuer and Linger were promoted from 7-star disciples to 9-star disciples. Su Yu was promoted from 6-star disciples to 8-star disciples. The most eye-catching among them was not Chen Qianquan, but Su Yu. It had only taken him 2 years to go from a slave to an 8-star disciple. Such a speed was almost a record in the faction's history. Exhausted, Su Yu returned to his residence. Unexpectedly, Yu Xiangwan was already there waiting for him. "Brother Su, congratulations, congratulations!" Yu Xiangwan was very excited. Su Yu's heart warmed. In the entire faction, Yu Xiangwan was probably the only one he could call a friend. "I've made Brother Yu worry. Let's talk inside." After inviting him into the sect, the 2 of them chatted for a long time. After Su Yu left, the faction was very peaceful. Yu Xiangwan used her own channels to advance from a 1-star disciple to a 3-star disciple. Currently, the sect was still managed by the chief steward because the sect master and the other upper echelons were still in the Howran Holy Land and had not returned. However, a storm was brewing outside the headquarters. After Su Yu and the rest of the people investigated the situation at the border, the entire armament division, tens of thousands of disciples, and a group of strong martial artists at the level of the faction masters rushed to the border to fight. And the result of the war was quite tragic. A vice hall master had fallen, and the hall master himself was heavily injured. Thousands of disciples had died at the border, never to return. They had paid a huge price in exchange for victory at the border and driving away the invaders. Currently, the armament hall was still on its way back. It would take about 3 to 4 months. Upon hearing this, Su Yu's expression changed. Was that battle really so tragic? The remaining 6-star guards and 100 Xian Dao lords almost destroyed the entire armament hall. However, according to the rumors, they weren't defeated. Instead, they found what they wanted in the mine and left. Su Yu's heart was filled with apprehension. The descendant of the Time Master had personally led a group of people here, so he obviously wasn't after a mere mine. What did they take away? It was said to be a 3rd grade 9 nether odd crystal. Su Yu was surprised. 3rd grade? At present, the highest grade of 9 nether odd crystal that the Greater One sect had discovered was 7th grade. What did 3rd grade mean? Moreover, it was an odd crystal. He didn't know what kind of amazing thing it contained. In short, the faction is temporarily safe this time, Yu Xiangwan said, so I've decided to fulfill the promise you made before you left and give you something. She took out an invitation card. "What is this?" Su Yu asked. "You," Xiangwan said mysteriously, "an invitation from the disciples of the inner sanctum. If we assist them with something, we will have a chance to obtain a divine item for breaking through to the light nirvana realm, the Tianyi divine water." Hearing this, Su Yu's eyes lit up. What he desired most now was to improve his strength. The Tianyi divine water was like a pillow delivered to him when he was sleepy. Assist them with what? Su Yu asked curiously. Yu Xiangwan said, "Enter the depths of the Jingtian faction and plunder a 6th grade 9 nether odd crystal." 6th grade? Or a 9 nether odd crystal? Su Yu's heart thumped. In the past, he wouldn't have been too interested in the 9 nether odd crystal. But now, after seeing the little Kylan absorb the emerald fire of the 9 nether odd crystal, he couldn't help but be tempted. If the little Kylan could swallow the emerald fire of the 6th grade 9 nether odd crystal, the emerald fire it would release would be quite terrifying. "Count me in," Su Yu said decisively. Yu Xiangwan smiled. "I knew Brother Su wouldn't let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." 10 days later, come with me to meet the disciples of the inner sanctum. They also want to test your ability. Yu Xiangwan wasn't worried at all. Even he could get the approval of the disciples of the inner sanctum, let alone Su Yu, whose strength was above his. Okay, 10 days later, Su Yu noted it down. After sending Yu Xiangwan off, Su Yu thought for a moment and went to the shop that sold tools. He spent a whole 1,000 time crystals to buy the best tools. Then, in the dead of night, when the 9 nether evil wind blew in the mine, he sneaked into the mine. Coming to the depths of the mine, Su Yu scanned with his soul eyes and immediately found many hidden 9 nether crystals. Su Yu didn't even look at the 9th grade ones. He only looked at the 8th grade and 7th grade ones. Although the mine was hard with the most expensive tools, the ores were like soft mud, easily dug out. The night passed. Su Yu successfully dug out 100 pounds of 8th grade 9 nether crystals and 10 pounds of 7th grade 9 nether crystals. Unfortunately, he didn't encounter any more 9 nether odd crystals. Odd crystals were something that could only be encountered by chance and were very rare. Previously, he had been extremely lucky to encounter 2 in a row. At dawn, while the slaves had not woken up, Su Yu left the mine, then left the faction as if nothing had happened and went to a secret place outside the main gate. "Who is it?" A familiar female voice sounded. Su Yu said, "It's me." Suddenly, a golden-faced woman appeared, her face full of joy. "I've been waiting for you for a long time," Su Yu said apologetically. "I was sent out on a mission by the faction and was delayed for a long time. I'm sorry I missed the trading date." The golden-faced woman was Jean Yu of the demon faction. "Oh, it's okay. It's not too late to trade next time." Hearing that Su Yu had not returned, she knew that he might not have gotten the 9 nether crystals. Su Yu said, "Let's check if these are enough first." He threw out a storage ring, and the latter looked at it and said in surprise, "So many!" Her face was full of ecstasy, and she immediately completed the transaction with Su Yu. This time, Su Yu had obtained a total of 2,400 crystals. "Then, let's meet again next time." Su Yu agreed on the time and place for the next transaction. "Wait, young master," Jean Yu said mysteriously. "I said last time that when we meet again, I will give you a surprise as repayment for your help." Chapter 2506. He had a lot of surprises. "Young master, please take a look." Jean Yu took out a black puppet with a ferocious face and a rather intimidating demonic aura. Su Yu's eyes flickered. With his experience, he could naturally tell that this was a rare treasure. This is the devil ape puppet that the devil sect doesn't teach to outsiders. Once it is used, it will have the battle power of a late-stage, mid-nirvana cultivator. I'll give it to young master. Late-stage middle nirvana? Su Yu's eyelids twitched. The middle nirvana later stage was probably equivalent to the 3rd deacon's cultivation. How could he be willing to give such a precious thing to him? Jean, you seemed to see the doubt in his mind. She sighed and said, I'm ashamed to say this. My ancestor was once one of the elders of the Demon Gate, but he died in an accident. My family also declined, and finally I was reduced to a traveling merchant. Most of my ancestors' items have been sold over the years. Only this devil-ape puppet left behind by my ancestor is still worth a bit of money. I'll give it to you as a gift. Sue, you were surprised that Jean Yu had such a background, but after thinking about it, it made sense. Even a small outer realm could cause the change of eras, let alone the dream-interrupted world of the great thousand domains. The rise and fall of a family was just an inevitable product of history. This is a middle nirvana later stage puppet. Its combat power is very strong and rare. Why didn't you keep it to protect yourself? Sue, you didn't want to steal something from someone else for no reason. Jean Yu's current cultivation was only at the mid-stage of the light nirvana realm. It was very unwise to abandon such a powerful puppet. If I could use it, of course I wouldn't casually give it away. It's just that I can't afford it. Jean Yu bitterly smiled and said, Every time the demonic ape puppet is activated, it can fight for an incense stick's time. However, it consumes 10,000 time crystals. Even if I exhausted all my life savings, I still wouldn't be able to afford it. When Su Yu heard this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. 10,000 time crystals? At present, he only had a little more than 10,000 time crystals left. Using it once was equivalent to emptying his entire fortune. Even if he were to mine day and night, he would still need to mine for 5 days to satisfy the devil-ape puppet once. Each time, it would only last for an incense stick's time. The price was too high. No wonder, Jean, you would rather give him away as a gift. In the entire Greater One sect, apart from the 3 deans and the sect leader, who could afford to use this? I will accept your gift. Thank you. Su Yu thought for some time, then took out a small seedling. This was a section of the 1,000-year-old willow, thread found on the pale-faced old man's body on the way back. As long as it was carefully cultivated, it would quickly grow into a complete 1,000-year-old willow. 1,000-year willow silk. Jean Yu's eyes were quite sharp. She immediately recognized it and screamed, Sure. Su Yu stuffed it into Jean Yu's palm. I have never owed anyone any favors in my life. Take this as compensation. Su Yu didn't allow her to say anything, so he forcefully stuffed it into her hands and left. Jean Yu sighed with emotion. A devil-ape puppet that she couldn't use had been exchanged for the famous Millennium Willow Silk. Not only did she not lose anything, but she also gained a lot. If I, Jean Yu, am successful in my cultivation, I will definitely repay you, Jean Yu thought to himself. Su Yu returned to the faction as if nothing had happened and immediately went into seclusion to familiarize himself with the demonic ape puppet. The more he studied the puppet, the more he realized how profound and powerful it was. This was especially the case for its heart, which Su Yu was unable to see through even with his transparent eye. There was a very obscure power hidden in its heart that even Jean Yu might not know about. After studying it for several days, Yu Xiangwen finally familiarized herself with it. She came to find Su Yu as promised. Under her recommendation, Su Yu came to one of the areas of the faction. This area was mainly for leisure, and there were many restaurants. The most famous of these was the Rue Xian Pavilion. When Su Yu and the others went up, there were already 3 people talking inside. Have you heard? Xiao Hao personally went to the Southern Dream Broken Boundary and fought with people at the border of our faction and the Jintian faction? It's not news, is it? Our faction's armory has already fought with Xiao Hao's 7 Stars Guard. The result was a crushing defeat. Among the 10 great inner sanctum disciples of the Greater One faction, none of them can compete with Xiao Hao, a calm-looking red-haired youth said with fear and envy. The fat monk next to him said with a smile, Red Ghost, you underestimate the descendant of the Time Master. Even the 10 great inner sanctum, disciples combined are no match for Xiaohao. I really don't know who fought with great Emperor Xiaohao that day. It must be at least a Nirvana Void or Nirvana Void expert. A beautiful woman with snow-white hair said in surprise. At the sight of the battle, time was turbulent, space was chaotic, and there was even a strange scene of the 8 great realms descending. How could the experts nearby not notice it? When they went over to take a look, there were no traces on the ground, as if the battle had never happened. Because the time there had been chaotic several times, it had returned to the original moment. The traces of the battle were all covered by the time realm. However, there were no corpses nearby. This was inconceivable. Was there anyone in the world that great Emperor Xiaohao could not kill? No matter who it is, it's someone we can't afford to provoke. Red Ghost and the fat monk looked at each other solemnly. Thud, thud. Right at that moment, Yu Xiangwan led Su Yu up the pavilion. Greetings, senior brothers. Yu Xiangwan was smooth, and she greeted the 3 of them politely. As it turned out, they were 3 of the 10 great inner sanctum disciples. Red Ghost cast a sidelong glance at Su Yu, who was beside Yu Xiangwan, and said nonchalantly, "Is he the person you brought here? Why is he a human?" The fat monk and the beautiful woman were also worried. Humans were the lowest race, and in 8-star civilizations, they usually only did low-level jobs and served other high-level races. Experts rarely appeared among the human race, and even if there were, they were usually not very powerful. Yu Xiang once said with a smile, "Senior brother Red Ghost, don't underestimate junior brother Su's background. His abilities are above mine." Oh, Red Ghost, the fat monk, and the beautiful woman showed interest at the same time. Really? Obviously, they were very satisfied with Yu Xiangwan's abilities. After learning that Su Yu had defeated Yu Xiangwan, they couldn't help but be curious. The fat monk thought for a moment, then smiled kindly. "Junior brother Su, our operation this time is very meticulous, and we can't recruit people casually. How about this? We will give you a test, and as long as you can complete it, we will agree to let you join us. What do you think? Test?" Su Yu was not surprised and said, "Tell me about it first." The fat monk said, "In the Greater One faction, there is a region called the Lost Soul region. I placed a string of prayer beads in it, and if you can bring it back within 2 hours, you will pass the test." Lost Soul region? So you had heard of it before. It was a lost soul region, and it would be difficult to distinguish one's direction once one entered it. Usually it would be considered good if one could come out within a day. Now, not only did he have to come out within 2 hours, but he also had to find the specific prayer beads, which was extremely difficult. Junior brother, you completed the task within 2 hours, and since you won against him, why don't you give it a try? The fat monk said with a smile. Su Yu nodded. Sure. After saying that, he immediately left. Chapter 2507. The fat monk caressed the prayer beads on his neck and smiled. My prayer beads are treasures. How can I just leave them there? Then what is this test? The beautiful woman asked. The fat monk and the fat monk were too teasing. As long as he's not stupid, he should be able to bring back something else from the fog domain, the fat monk said with a smile. Yu Xiangwan was displeased when she heard that. When testing others, one should give them the most basic level of respect. Making fun of others without thinking was too disrespectful. But they were inner sanctum disciples, the future elites of the faction. I hope brother Su can understand, Yu Xiangwan thought to herself. Back to Su Yu. After leaving the restaurant, he immediately headed for the fog domain. The fog domain was said to be filled with obstacles. It was easy to enter, but not easy to leave. Su Yu tried to use his soul eyes to explore the way. He heaved a sigh of relief when he realized that the fog did not affect his soul eyes. He could see through the twists and turns of the fog and see what was happening in the center of the fog domain. It only took him an incense stick's worth of time to arrive, but there were no prayer beads. Not here. Did someone take them? Suyu pondered. He then looked around and found many strange stones that could not be found anywhere else in the center. They were shaped like a human face, colorful and densely packed. These stones could not be found anywhere else in the domain. Only this place had them. I'll explain to him about the prayer beads and bring some stones back. There should be no problem. Suyu picked up a stone, but after thinking for a while, he took another and put it in his sleeve. After doing all this, he rushed back immediately. It only took 2 incense sticks' time, which was equivalent to a cup of tea's time. Not even 1/10 of an hour had passed. It could be said that he had accomplished his goal far ahead of schedule. Back at the restaurant, Hong Mo, the fat monk, and the beautiful woman were chatting and drinking. Yu Xiangwan was smiling at the side. She did not even drink with them. "Why did you come back?" The fat monk was stunned when he saw Suyu. "Did you not understand something? Why did you come back?" Hong Mo and the beautiful woman were also puzzled. It had only been a cup of tea's time. He probably did not even have time to study the route of the fog. Could it be that he felt that the task was too difficult to complete and came back to change the test? Suyu said indifferently, "There are no prayer beads in the center of the fog. I've already seen them." What? He had already gone to the fog domain? How was this possible? Even with the 3 of them present, it would take them at least an hour to get there. No matter what, it was impossible for Suyu to finish in a cup of tea's time. The fat monk looked at Yu Xiangwan in displeasure. Just now, when they were discussing that the Buddha beads were not in the mist, Yu Xiangwan was beside them. Could it be that he secretly informed Suyu? The fat monk averted his gaze and looked at Suyu with slight dissatisfaction. He then questioned him. "You said that you have arrived, but do you have any proof? You can't just rely on your mouth." His tone was very unfriendly. Suyu frowned slightly and said, "The Buddha beads are indeed not here. Senior brother, please investigate it." The fat monk slammed the table and no longer looked pleasant. "The prayer beads are on my neck. Of course I know it's not there. I'm asking you if you have any proof." Suyu looked at the Buddha beads on his neck. He had assumed that he had 2 of them. It turned out that he hadn't placed the prayer beads in the fog domain at all. He had just said it casually. Suyu suddenly felt like he was being played. The fat monk's tone was difficult for Suyu to accept. However, he was introduced by Yu Xiangwan. For the sake of Yu Xiangwan, he decided to bear with it. He took out a stone in the shape of a human face. I wonder if this counts as proof. Hong Mo and the beautiful woman were surprised to see it. This stone could only be found in the center of the fog domain. It could not be found anywhere else. This stone could indeed be considered proof. "Let me see." The fat monk squinted his eyes and took the stone to examine it. The beautiful woman said, "What's there to see? It's obviously a fresh stone that was just taken out of the fog domain. This stone would change color after leaving the fog domain for 2 hours. This stone could definitely be used as proof." Unexpectedly, the fat monk snorted coldly and slammed the stone on the table, shattering it into pieces. "Who knows if you bought it from someone who just came out of the domain?" the fat monk said rudely. He did not like the feeling that Suyu was beyond his control. As an inner sanctum disciple, he would not allow an outer sanctum disciple who was born a slave to surpass him. "Bring another one over." The fat monk waved his hand. Unexpectedly, Suyu stood there and did not move. "Go, what are you standing there for? Do you think the stone will fly over by itself?" The fat monk was angry. However, Suyu did not say a word and took out hundreds of stones. There were all kinds of colors, and every one of them was very fresh. "Which one do you like? Take your pick." Suyu threw all the stones on the table. Hong Mo and the beautiful woman smiled but did not say a word. It seemed that the fat monk was going to be humiliated today. The fat monk was stunned for a moment, the muscles on his face twitching. "Humph! I want you to go and get it now." The fat monk was completely shameless. He swept all the stones to the ground and glared at Suyu. Suyu did not say a word and went downstairs quietly. However, he was not going to get it. He was going to give up and join them, working with such an immoral person, not to mention how much danger there would be along the way and whether he would become a scapegoat. Moreover, whether he would honor the heavenly divine water was another matter altogether. What was there to work with such a person? And you piece of sh*t with the surname you, if you recommend another shady person to me, I will break your legs. The fat monk vented his anger on Yu Xiangwan. As slaves, in the eyes of the fat monk, they were really lowly to the level of beasts. They could be insulted for no reason at all. Yu Xiangwan secretly clenched her fists and chose to endure. She knew very well that, in the greater one faction, she had to endure everything. However, Suyu, who was going downstairs, stopped and walked back slowly. Why did you come back? Human. He deliberately emphasized the word human to express his contempt. Suyu's eyes were calm. You can say that the status of the human race is not high, and you can make things difficult for me. I can tolerate all of that, but you insulted my friend. I can't pretend that I didn't hear it. The fat monk was already dissatisfied with Suyu. However, due to his status as an inner sanctum disciple, he could not put down his status and attacked Suyu. Now he was not looking for trouble with Suyu, but Suyu had taken the initiative to provoke him. Human, I have tolerated you for a long time. The fat monk lifted the table and walked over coldly. As a human, it's fine that you don't know your place, but as an outer sanctum disciple, how dare you disrespect us inner sanctum disciples and speak such arrogant words? It seems that you have just come from the outside world and do not know the rules of an 8-star civilization. Let me teach you a lesson today. As he spoke, he threw a punch. His cultivation had already reached the early stage of middle nirvana. A casual punch was full of many mysteries and infinite power. Under normal circumstances, people who were born slaves would not be able to withstand it. However, Suyu just casually raised his fist and lightly punched it. A touch of purple lightning flowed in his palm. Poof! The moment the fat monk and Suyu collided, his fist was burned by the swift and violent lightning. His fat body was still trembling from the shock of the remaining lightning, and the fat on his body shook like waves. Hong Mo and the beautiful woman, who were watching the show, could not help but be surprised. What a powerful lightning! Is this a realm or a doctrine artifact? Of course it was a doctrine artifact, and it was the powerful thunder manipulating 8 extreme set. The fat monk recovered and thought that he could kill Suyu with one blow. Unexpectedly, not only did he not gain any advantage, but he also suffered a loss and lost face in front of the 2 inner sanctum disciples. Lowly human, you have angered me. The fat monk took the Buddha beads off his neck and threw them forward. Ancient Buddha temple. A vast domain manifested. In the realm, in a simple and unadorned Buddhist temple, a fierce ancient Buddha was worshipped. The Buddha was chanting obscure scriptures, causing the listeners to have a splitting headache and fall into great pain. This was a vicious realm that targeted the soul. Once hurt, the scriptures would remain in the soul of the victim and not disappear for a long time. Suyu's eyes were cold, and the purple lightning on the surface of his body formed a light shield, blocking all the Sanskrit outside. Is this the strength of an inner sanctum disciple? Very ordinary. Suyu snorted coldly. Suddenly, the lightning exploded outwards, and the explosion happened to be between him and the fat monk. This lightning was something that even Suyu was afraid of. Although the fat monk's cultivation was higher than Suyu's, it was not much better. The lightning exploded, and the fat monk's flesh and blood splattered everywhere. He screamed and flew out of the pavilion. The Buddhist beads Tao artifact that was tossed out also flickered with cracks. The power of the lightning explosion was evident. Hong Mo and the beautiful woman were completely shocked. He is just a human slave. How could he be so powerful? The beautiful woman's pupils constricted. With Suyu's strength, He would be famous even among the inner sanctum disciples. He would at least be in the top 9, higher than the fat monk who was ranked 10th. Su Yu's silver hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were filled with ice-cold lightning. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and landed on the street. He then stepped on the fat monk, who was half dead, and said, "Don't look down on people. There are more experts in this world than you can imagine." When he finished, he left with his hands clasped behind his back. Yu Xiangwan was stunned and murmured, "This guy's strength is too horrifying. Even if I go all out, I might not be able to defeat him." She rolled her eyes and quietly left the restaurant to catch up with Su Yu. "If you're trying to persuade me to go back, you don't have to," Su Yu said without looking back. Yu Xiangwan laughed. "I'm not trying to persuade you to go back. Besides, I don't intend to join them." "Oh." Su Yu looked at the smiling Yu Xiangwan meaningfully and said with a faint smile, "Why don't we write down our thoughts?" "Haha, that's exactly what I was thinking." Yu Xiangwan laughed and wrote 2 words on her palm with her mysterious path energy. Su Yu did the same. The 2 of them smiled at each other and opened their palms. They looked at each other and laughed at the same time. They had the same 2 words on their palms. Chapter 2508. Instead of working with the inner sanctum disciples, it was better for them to act on their own. When Su Yu went downstairs, he had already made up his mind to work alone, because he not only wanted the heavenly divine water, but also the 6th grade 9 nether odd crystal. Su Yu felt wronged about joining them. The fat monk was determined to snatch the 6th grade 9 nether odd crystal from Su Yu. If the inner sanctum disciples could snatch it, why couldn't he? Let's discuss in detail. The 2 chose another restaurant to discuss the matter. It turned out that the task of snatching the 6th grade 9 nether odd crystal had come from a hallmaster. He had posted a reward of 20,000 time crystals and 2 drops of heavenly divine water. Ordinary outer sanctum disciples were not qualified to accept this task. Therefore, only the inner sanctum disciples would accept it. At that time, the fat monk Hong Mo, the beautiful woman, and a strong inner sanctum disciple who ranked 4th would carry out the task together. Yu Xiangwan knew that she could not complete the task alone, so she joined them. Now that she was sure that Su Yu was extremely powerful, she made other plans. Instead of relying on them, it was better to cooperate with Su Yu and help the 2 of them complete the task. In this way, everything would belong to them. "How about this? I'll go talk to the hall master so that we can also accept the task. Brother Su, you've just returned. You should take a rest." "Okay." The 2 parted, and Su Yu walked to his own lounge. As he passed by a shop, he suddenly found a slightly familiar figure buying things inside. Su Yu recognized this person. He was the supervisor of the 9th mine in the mine. He had completed his 3-month supervision task and returned to the upper echelons of the faction. Seeing him, Su Yu remembered how he had made things difficult for him in the past. However, it was not the time to make a move in the faction. He would deal with it when there was a chance. In the shop, the boorish man bought several things and murmured, "Uncle, although you are dead, I will still complete that task and find a way to avenge you and get rid of Su Yu." Qin Yuan's death had nothing to do with Su Yu. However, he still blamed his hatred on Su Yu. At the same time, elsewhere, the fat monk gradually recovered under the treatment of Hong Mo and the beautiful woman. The first thing he did when he woke up was to jump up and roar, "Human bastard, I will kill you!" The beautiful woman's face was cold. How can it not be embarrassing? Don't you know you've ruined things? Only then did the fat monk calm down. However, there was still a look of hatred on his face that could not be erased. Red Fiend said unhappily, "Big monk, why are you acting so crazy out of nowhere?" That human was hiding such a powerful strength that was not inferior to the 3 of us. He must have been a great help, but you actually angered him and drove him away. This was also why the gentle and beautiful woman was displeased. The fat monk said angrily, "Talk about me? Aren't you the same? I don't see any of you stopping me." The Red Fiend and the beautiful woman grunted, unable to say a word. If he had known that Su Yu was so powerful, he would have surely stopped the fat monk from going crazy. "It's too late to say anything now. That kid surnamed you also left when he saw this." The Red Fiend grumbled. The fat monk snorted. "If they don't want to come, so be it. They're just two slaves. Senior Brother Flying Sword is leading the team this time. The 6th grade 9 nether odd crystal will definitely belong to us." The beautiful woman said, "That's true." The Red Fiend no longer blamed the fat monk. They were going to cooperate on this trip, so it was not appropriate for them to have any conflicts beforehand. A few days later, Yu Xiangwan found Su Yu with a scroll in her hand. "It's done." On the scroll was the personal handwritten permission of the hall master. Yu Xiangwan said, "Brother Su, are you ready? The Inner Sanctum disciples have already set off for 4 to 5 days. Let's go." The two left the faction. When they came to a remote place, Yu Xiangwan took out a flying magical weapon and said, "I hope we can catch up. If it's too late, the Inner Sanctum disciples might have already succeeded." "Don't worry, the Inner Sanctum disciples must have rushed over in advance and set up an ambush at a predetermined location. We still have plenty of time. If Su Yu wanted to, he could totally use the space domain and reach before the Inner Sanctum disciples. We'll listen to Brother Su." Hence, the two followed behind unhurriedly. A few months later, at the border between the Greater One sect and the Jingtian sect, a young man in golden clothes led the Red Fiend and the other two to lie in ambush in front of a mountain. "Senior Brother Flying Sword, the other party is estimated to arrive in 3 days," the fat monk said. The young man in golden clothes nodded in a low voice. "Be careful in the next 3 days. Don't reveal any aura. The 6th grade 9 nether crystal is very precious. The Jingtian sect will be extra careful." Okay. 3 days passed. Sure enough, according to the information provided by the hall master, a flying magical weapon flew over the place where they were. It exuded the aura of several late-stage light Nirvana cultivators and 4 middle-stage Nirvana cultivators. It should be them attack. Flying Sword ordered, and the 4 immediately rushed up to intercept the flying magical weapon. The people on the flying magical weapon were all wearing the uniform of the Jingtian sect. Among them, the 4 early-stage, middle-stage Nirvana cultivators were middle-aged and should be at the level of a hall master in the Jingtian sect. Kill. After confirming that it was them, Flying Sword took the lead. He displayed the powerful cultivation of a middle-stage Nirvana cultivator and swept across with overwhelming force. The Red Fiend and the other 2 also entangled a middle-stage, early-stage Nirvana cultivator each. Suddenly, an unusually fierce battle broke out on the flying magical weapon. Not far below, Su Yu and Yu Xiangwan continued to wait. 2 hours passed. After a fierce battle, Flying Sword and the others finally won. Everyone was captured. After all, Flying Sword was a middle-stage Nirvana cultivator. With him around, they were destined to win this battle. Senior, they don't have the 6th grade 9 nether odd crystal on them. The Red Fiend and the other 2 checked the storage space of everyone on the flying magical weapon. However, the result gave them a huge shock. Flying Sword's expression changed as he thought of a possibility. Cunning thing, this is not a fleet transporting the 6th grade 9 nether crystal at all, but a pawn to explore the way. In order to safely escort the 9 nether odd crystal, the Jingtian sect had put in a lot of effort. They did not hesitate to use a ship as bait to explore the way in front. The real escort team was at the back. Once the front was attacked, the escort team at the back would immediately change their route. It was too late to know now. They believed that they had already changed their direction and were nowhere to be found. Soul search. Flying Sword and the others immediately searched their souls. In the end, they only had the task of exploring the way in their minds, and there was no news of the real escort team. Looking at the empty sky, Flying Sword stomped his feet fiercely. Damn it, It's all for naught. The world was so big, where could they find them? Split up. In desperation, Flying Sword could only use the dumbest method. Seeing the four of them split up, Yu Xiang Wan smiled bitterly. Brother Su, we've made a wasted trip. Jingtian Sec's cautiousness had also ruined their wishful thinking. Where were they going to find the real escort team now? Perhaps only the geniuses would know? Yu Xiangwan waited for a while, but Suyu did not respond. She couldn't help but look at him, only to find that he was deep in thought. After a while, Suyu said uncertainly, I have a place that I want to take a look at. Maybe I can intercept the real escort team there. Brother Su, where do you get your confidence from? Suyu said indifferently, You'll know when you see it. With that, he took Yu Xiangwan and made several space leaps in a row. A few days later, they arrived at the southern end of the Wanming Mountains. That day, he avoided the interception of the Triple Deities sect and bypassed the Wanming Mountains at all costs. He had passed by this place before, and here, because he passed through the territory of the Jingtian sect, he was targeted by a stone statue that suddenly appeared here. That stone statue was at the early stage of middle nirvana, and should be at the level of a hall master in the Jingtian sect. Why would it hide in such a remote and desolate place? Hence, Suyu came here, because he guessed that the stone statue might have something to do with the transportation of the 6th grade 9 Serenity's crystal. After the two of them appeared, they hid immediately. Time passed slowly. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, and still nothing happened. What Suyu couldn't help but admire was that Yu Xiangwan was very calm and did not look like she had given up. Finally, on the 4th day, a seemingly ordinary flying artifact slowly flew over, and not far in front of them, the ground was wriggling, and a simple and unadorned stone statue emerged from the ground. The stone statue had lost both of its eyes, but it could still sense the outside world. Hall Master Chin, how's the situation? Is it safe? A deep voice came from the flying ship. The stone statue nodded. Apart from a month ago, when Great Emperor Xiaohao passed by unintentionally, there's no other situation. There was an obvious sound of surprise in the flying ship. Then he's still nearby? The stone statue said he left a long time ago. Hall Master Zhou, please don't worry. With Great Emperor Xiaohao's status, he wouldn't ambush us and ask for a mere 6th grade 9 Serenity's crystal. That was true. The people on the ship quietened down. Thank you for your help, Hall Master Chin. We'll take our leave first. The stone statue cupped his hands. Have a safe trip. I'll return to the faction to report. However, at this moment, a breath that made the stone statue tremble appeared. I'm here to retrieve the 6th grade 9 Serenity's crystal on the order of Great Emperor Xiaohao. At the same time, 8 huge thunderbolts as thick as mountains descended and attacked the flying ship. The stone statue's expression changed drastically. Guardian Lei, it trembled all over. If Guardian Lei was nearby, then wouldn't Great Emperor Xiaohao be nearby too? Without thinking, the stone statue ran away, not daring to stay for even a moment longer. There was also a sound of horror on the flying ship. The 8 Extremes Thunder Control set. This is Great Emperor Xiaohao's Guardian Lei. Seeing the stone statue run away, the people on the ship were scared out of their wits. They abandoned the ship and the things on it and fled immediately. After a while, they were sure that they had escaped. Su Yu and Yu Xiangwan appeared and jumped onto the ship. There was indeed a treasure chest in the center of the ship. When they opened it, 100-pound 6th grade 9 Serenity's crystal appeared in front of them. Yu Xiangwan's face lit up. However, she was even more surprised. She cupped her hands at Su Yu. Brother Su, you've really opened my eyes. He really had such foresight and accurately intercepted the real escort team here. What surprised her even more was that Su Yu's one sentence had scared them all. Let's go, they're not stupid, they'll react soon. Su Yu took the 6th grade 9 Serenity's crystal and activated the space domain to take Yu Xiangwan away, although the reaction was very weak. Chapter 2509. For several days, far away from the border area, Su took out the 100-pound 6th grade 9 nether odd crystal. Brother Su, it would be a pity to return this item as a mission item. Yu Xiangwan's eyes darted around as she came up with an idea. Su agreed. With the value of the 6th grade 9 nether odd crystal, it should be 160 time crystals per pound. Now, 100 pounds can be exchanged for 16,000 time crystals, Su calculated. The mission master's reward was 20,000 time crystals and 2 drops of Tiani divine water. In other words, the other party only spent 4,000 time crystals and 2 drops of Tiani divine water to exchange for what they had worked so hard to get. It was indeed not worth it. Yes, and 160 time crystals per pound is only the lowest price. If there is something incredible inside, the value will increase several times. Yu Xiangwan was tempted. Su chuckled and took out a stone that was specially used to cut the 9 nether crystal. What are we waiting for? Anyway, the mission master might not know the true weight of this 6th grade 9 nether odd crystal. So what if they cut off a part? Under his careful cutting, 90 pounds of the 100-pound 6th grade 9 nether odd crystal was cut. Enough, Brother Su, don't be too greedy. Yu Xiangwan thought she was ruthless enough. But Su was ruthless. He was still not satisfied after cutting 90%. The part that was cut off was just an ordinary 6th grade 9 nether crystal, not an odd crystal, so the price was only 80 time crystals per pound. Even so, there were still 7,200 time crystals. Su stopped. The 6th grade 9 nether odd crystal in front of him was only the size of 2 heads. Because of its exceptionally dark color, it was impossible to see what was inside with ordinary means. But Su could. He scanned with his transparent eye and barely saw that there were 2 foreign objects inside. Double odd crystals. However, it was Yu Xiangwan who said it first. Su was secretly surprised. Speaking of which, Yu Xiangwan's eyesight was indeed profound. When he was in the mine, he sneaked out at night to mine. No one noticed. Only he noticed it with his strange eyes. Brother Su, we're rich. Double odd crystals are even harder to find, and the price is even higher. The price of this 10 pounds is no less than 20,000 time crystals. Yu Xiangwan laughed. Su smiled, and without saying a word, he slashed down from the middle and split it into 2. In each half, there was a foreign object. Fine, hand over half of it, and we'll keep the other half, Su said. Yu Xiangwan gave a thumbs up. Black to the end. Su had stealthily chopped a 100-pound mission item into 2. 5 pounds. If the mission owner knew the truth, it would be strange if he didn't die from anger. After cutting it open, Su could finally see what was inside. It was a silver snake with many rings all over its body. It was neither a living creature nor a living creature, so it wasn't very valuable. It's a pity. There's a chance that something very valuable will appear in the 6th grade 9 nether odd crystal. Yu Xiangwan looked regretful. The higher the level of the netherworld odd crystal, the higher the probability of it containing a high-level foreign object. But now the probability was relatively low. It wasn't that easy to meet one. Now it was time to divide the spoils. Yu Xiangwan was quite a good friend and said, I'll give you 2. 5 caddies of 9 nether odd crystals and give me the leftovers. The scraps were only worth 7,500 crystals, but this 5 caddy of odd crystals was at least 15,000, which was twice the former. How can this be good? Su said. Yu Xiangwan was very straightforward. Most of the credit for the mission goes to you. Without you, we could only starve on this trip. Now that we have 7,500 time crystals, it's a big win for me. After thinking about it, Su happily took it. Firstly, he didn't want to haggle with Yu Xiangwan over a few crystals. Secondly, he really needed this piece of 9 nether odd crystal. Let's go back to the faction. Yu Xiangwan said. Su put away the 9 nether odd crystal and was about to leave when he suddenly noticed a group of people crossing the ghost-weeping forest. It's our Greater One Sect's flying treasure. Yu Xiongwan recognized the logo on the flying treasure at a glance. A rough count showed that there were 4 flying treasures in total. There were more than 20 people in total. The strongest among them were 2 hall masters at the early stage of middle nirvana. In addition, there were many yellow path masters. Among them, there was one person Su Yi was slightly familiar with. It was the burly supervisor of mine number 9. He's here too. Su Yi was surprised. Yu Xiongwan pondered. 20 people. This shouldn't be a small number. Why haven't I heard of such a mission in the faction? Yu Xiongwan had been paying attention to such a large-scale mission. Even if she hadn't seen it, she should have heard of it. But the strange thing was that there was no sound. It should be a secret mission. Su Yu noticed that the flying treasure was engraved with several complicated detection formations. Once someone was following them, they would be discovered immediately. Yu Xiongwan smiled faintly. Do you want to see what's going on? Why not? Su Yu said cheerfully. Since they had already come out, they might as well delay outside for a while. The 2 of them reached an agreement and immediately followed from a distance. On the other side, the people of Jingtian's sect, who had fled in all directions, finally regrouped. They were led by a powerful middle nirvana swordsman. Hall Master Zhou, we've lost the 6th grade 9 nether odd crystal. How are we going to participate in the event? An early stage middle nirvana hall master asked dejectedly. They never dreamed that they would be robbed by Great Emperor Xiaohao's 7 stars bodyguard. Of course we're going to retrieve the 6th grade 9 nether odd crystal. Hall Master Zhou's face was sullen, alternating between green and red. Everyone was surprised. Snatch something back from Great Emperor Xiaohao's bodyguard? I really don't have the guts. Hall Master Zhou snorted. Are you all still in the dark? He was initially scared out of his wits, but the more he ran, the more he felt that something was wrong. What was the identity of Great Emperor Xiaohao's bodyguard lay? If he wanted a 6th grade 9 nether odd crystal, there were plenty of people who would send it to him. Why would he need to set up an ambush here to rob it? Under his analysis, everyone slowly regained their senses. Yes, I seem to have heard some news that bodyguard Lei seems to have been killed. As soon as he said that, everyone was shocked and angry. They were actually so scared by a fake bodyguard Lei that they threw away their treasures and ran for their lives. No wonder Hall Master Zhou's face turned green and red. Thinking of this, their faces were also very ugly. This was too shameful. If word got out, they would be too ashamed to return to the faction. Let's go! Follow me to find that damn thing and retrieve the 6th grade 9 nether crystal. Hall Master Zhou took out a round plate. There were spots of light flashing on it. It was a divine technique that their faction master had personally placed on the 6th grade 9 nether odd crystal with a secret technique. No matter how far away it was, it could be tracked. Let's go! A group of people aggressively jumped onto the flying ship, quickly giving chase. Su Yu and Zhou Quan, who were completely unaware of this, followed the Greater One Sect's flying ship for 3 whole months. They followed the border of the Greater One Sect and Jingtian Sect, all the way to another faction far away. Tianqi Palace. Tianqi Palace was one of the top 50 factions out of the 344 factions. It was rumored that the faction had a path master overseeing it. Their abilities were extraordinary. There were also several powerful existences near the level of a path master. Ordinary factions were no match for them at all. Thus, Tianqi Palace was like an overlord, dominating this area and occupying 10 times the territory of the First Heaven Sect. The number of 9 nether crystals dug out every year was something that the First Heaven Sect could not even dream of. The flying ship arrived at the border of Tianqi Palace. It was a vast domain that did not lose to the Greater One Sect. In this domain, There was a master of Tianqi Palace overseeing it. His abilities were near the level of a path master, shocking everyone. When the people on the 4 flying ships all disembarked, Suyu finally recognized the middle stage Nirvana Hall Master. It was the Hall Master of the Affairs Hall, Lu Quan, and following him was the Vice Hall Master of the Affairs Hall, Li Yin. They're all from the Affairs Hall. Yu Xiangwan also recognized them. The Affairs Hall does occasionally carry out some very secretive missions of the faction. The 2 of them entered the city in disguise and followed them to a relatively good inn. Brother Su, I'll go find out some information. Suyu did not object. Yu Xiangwan seemed to be especially good at finding out information. He calmly took out the 6th grade 9 nether odd crystal. He then peeled off the foreign substance inside, bit by bit. Time for more food. Suyu called out the little Kylin. Once it saw the many-ringed snake, it immediately pounced on it, like a vicious dog pouncing on its prey, wolfing down the snake. Then, as expected, the jade fire in its body grew again. If it met Xiaohao again and attacked him, it would cause him to consume more of his blood to extinguish the jade fire. As for killing him, in the short term, the little Kylin's jade fire was far from enough. Wow, I feel like there are many good things here. The little Kylin was not Xiao Dai and could not sense the various treasures. There was only one thing he could sense. The 9 nether odd crystal. Oh! Suyu was deep in thought. Could this trip to the Greater One sect be related to the 9 nether odd crystal? At this time, Yu Xiangwan, who had not gone out for long, rushed back. Brother Su, good news! The Tianqi Palace is holding a decennial Tianqi Grand Gathering in the city, Yu Xiangwan said. Even though Suyu came from the faraway Greater One sect, he had learned about the so-called Tianqi Grand Gathering in the ancient books. It was a gathering specially organized by the Tianqi Palace to publicly exhibit and sell the 9 nether odd crystals. At the gathering, the 9 nether odd crystals excavated by the Tianqi Palace over the past 10 years would be sold. They would also cut the 9 nether odd crystals on the spot and show them to the guests. This gathering would always attract a large number of foreign guests. Strong men from all over the world would come to buy. And the nearby factions would also think of ways to display the 9 nether odd crystals in their faction and sell them at a high price. The External Affairs Hall must have come with this secret mission to sell the 9 nether odd crystals. The news is good, but it has nothing to do with us, right? So you said, with their assets, they could not afford to buy any 9 nether odd crystal that weighed more than 10 pounds. Hee, it's good to see the world. All right. The 2 of them waited patiently. During this time, more and more guests poured into the city. 3 months later, the whole city was overcrowded. Light Nirvana Dao Masters were everywhere. Middle Nirvana Dao Masters were everywhere. Even round Nirvana Dao Master had suddenly appeared. What's more, the inn they were staying at had once been visited by a terrifying void Nirvana existence, looking for a place to stay. Chapter 2510. If they encountered a middle Nirvana Dao Master, they could still deal with a middle Nirvana Dao Master if they worked together. After middle Nirvana, unless Suyu revealed all of his abilities, he would only be able to deal with a middle Nirvana Advanced Stage Cultivator. At the Nirvana and Void Nirvana realms, no matter how hard they tried, they still wouldn't be their match. Of course, Suyu and Yu Xiangwan did not stay idle during the 3 months. Each of them sold the extra strange crystals of the 9 nether in their hands in exchange for some time crystals. Patiently waiting, the weather event finally began. The venue was the Heaven Awaken auction house at the center of the city. It was managed by the powerful Nirvana Void cultivator. Suyu and Yu Xiangwan blended into the crowd. This auction house was different from ordinary auction houses. Not only was there a main stage for everyone to auction, but there were also 200 special seats nearby. It was for the merchants or representatives of the forces who wanted to sell the 9 nether odd crystals that they brought. This made the Heaven Awaken banquet even more powerful, attracting even more people to come and spend a lot of money. It could be said to be a virtuous cycle. In the auction house, the number of guests had already reached the limit. When there were no more new guests joining in, a hale and hearty old man in simple clothes walked out from the stage. His skin was emerald green, and his eyes were golden. With a single glance, one could tell that he had undergone special training and possessed eyesight that ordinary people did not have. Welcome, guests, to the Heaven Origin City's Heaven Awakened Party. I represent the Heaven Awakened Palace in welcoming everyone. The old man released his Nirvana Void aura. He was the local powerhouse, one of Tianqi Palace's consecrators, Lu Taishu. How many sect leaders of small sects could he suppress with his strength? I won't say any unnecessary words. Let's start with the first auction item. Lu Taishu raised his hand, and a light purple stone weighing 200 jin appeared on the stage. Beneath the stone, there was a magic treasure that specialized in detecting the dark crystal. It clearly showed the situation. 7th grade Netherworld odd crystal weighing 200 caddies. It was a 7th grade 9 nether odd crystal. Yu Xiangwan took a deep breath. It's really Tianqi Palace. The most recent piece of 7th grade 9 nether odd crystal from Greater 1 sect came from 50 years ago, and it was only 5 kilograms. Suyu laughed silently. To be exact, it came from the 3rd vegetable garden 2 years ago, and it weighed 500 caddies. As a result, Suyu gained 20,000 time crystals. Now the auction, 50 time crystals per gene. 50? The peddlers only charged 40 for it. However, Suyu did not complain too much. After all, the merchants were taking such a huge risk to make a purchase, so they should at least let others earn some profit, right? 10,000 time crystals, 11,000, 12,000. In the end, this netherworld odd crystal was bought for 15,000 time crystals. Furthermore, according to the requirements of Tianqi Palace, it was to be cut on the spot. Unfortunately, the items that were cut out were not valuable, causing them to only be worth 5,000 time crystals. The buyer ended up losing 10,000 time crystals. However, this did not affect the enthusiasm of the buyers, because the second item that appeared was a 6th grade 9 nether odd crystal, although it only weighed 1 kilogram. However, it was sold for 3,000 time crystals, and its value had increased by about 10 times. The result of the incision on the spot was also very disappointing. Inside, there was only an ordinary dragonfly that could not be any more ordinary. Brother Su, we've suffered a huge loss. Yu Xiangwan's face was bitter. If they put their 50 kilograms of 6th grade 9 nether odd crystals up for auction here, wouldn't they be able to sell them for a sky-high price of 150,000 time crystals? Su Yu waved his hand. You can't calculate it like that. That is an auction house exclusive to the Tianqi Palace, and everyone is after it. Naturally, the price is high. If it was placed in a special place nearby, it might not be able to sell for such a high price. That's true. Thinking of this, Yu Xiangwan felt a lot more at ease. Next, 6th grade and 7th grade 9 nether odd crystals appeared one after another, but without exception, the results of the incision were depressing. At most, they made a small profit. Most of them lost money. This made Suyu realize the risks involved. Those who bet on the 9 nether odd crystals would lose 9 out of 10 bets. But this still could not stop everyone's madness. I believe everyone will be very satisfied with the next 9 nether odd crystal. Lu Taishu waved his hand, and a dark purple, 20 kilograms of 9 nether odd crystal appeared in front of everyone. The value was clearly displayed on the testing treasure. 5th grade 9 nether odd crystal, 20 kilograms. What, 5th grade? This time the whole crowd went crazy. Even Suyu and Yu Xiangwan were surprised. In such a high-grade 9 nether odd crystal, there must be unexpected good things. The starting price is 20,000. Suyu clicked his tongue. With his assets, it was not even enough for the starting price. 30,000, 40,000, 100,000. Suddenly, a low and powerful voice came from the corner. Everyone was surprised, and the price was raised to 100,000 in one go. What a bold spirit! Su Yu looked in the direction of the voice, his eyes filled with fear. In the corner, a silver-robed old man was sitting alone against the wall. He had a head full of white hair, and his eyes were also silver-white. He was the Void Nirvana Path Master who had come to stay at the inn where Su Yu had stayed. Looking at everyone present, only the Nirvana Void realm Lu Taishu on the auction stage was able to suppress him. 100,000 was already 5 times the original price. No one should be able to surpass it, right? However, unexpectedly, a deep and calm voice came. 200,000. Hiss! Sounds of surprise could be heard from all around. 200,000 was the sum of all the previous transactions. Su Yu looked over and found that it was an unknown person wrapped in a black robe. Not only could he not see his face, but even his cultivation could not be seen. The silver-robed old man's eyes shrank, and after a moment of silence he said, 210,000! The black-robed man fell silent and did not bid again. Lu Taishu asked 3 times, and after no one else bid, he announced that he had won. The silver-robed old man went on stage and traded for 210,000 time crystals on the spot. Then, in front of everyone, he cut off the 20 pounds of 5th grade 9 nether odd crystal, bit by bit. As the 9 nether crystal peeled off bit by bit, the thing inside gradually became clear. Finally, when it was seen clearly, the audience burst into an uproar. There was actually a complete human being inside. Although he was already dead, he was indeed a complete human being. It was a woman with snow-white skin and was as beautiful as a fairy. There was a smile at the corner of her mouth, and she was holding a roll of paper in her hand. Oh my God! It's in human form. The highest level of foreign creatures. There was a burst of exclamations from the audience. Even Lu Taishu showed an envious smile. Congratulations! You have cut off a world-class divine object. A humanoid spirit could be sold for a high price. Not to mention a real human, its value would increase by at least 5 times. If the female corpse's identity was special, or if she had something valuable on her, the value would skyrocket. It could be said that the silver-robed old man became rich overnight. The silver-robed old man looked excited. He cut to this point and stopped. He put away the odd crystal and the peeled crystals, cupped his hands at Lu Taishu, and left immediately without saying a word. With such a shocking harvest, no one would dare to stay. Who knew how many people with bad intentions would try to kill them after the convention? Su Yu was also surprised, but he was even more confused. Why would the 9 nether crystal produce all kinds of foreign creatures? And there was even a female corpse from an unknown era inside. While thinking, Lu Taishu smiled and announced the next auction. Several 6th grade 9 nether odd crystals appeared in succession, but they obviously could not lead to the craze just now. Everyone, let's now auction the last item, the 9 nether odd crystal. Lu Taishu smiled mysteriously, raised his hand, and a tightly sealed treasure chest appeared. Opening it, a purplish-black stone with a slightly black tint entered everyone's eyes. On the testing treasure, a line of words was clearly marked. 4th grade 9 nether odd crystal, 10 pounds. Suddenly, a storm was set off in the audience. 4th grade? The Heavenly Awakening Palace only had a 4th grade 9 nether odd crystal 300 years ago, right? That time, a living tiger was cut out, and it was said that the tiger's cultivation level was at the Nirvana Void realm. Nirvana Void was the realm closest to the Path Master. Cutting out this item was equivalent to cutting out a faction master of a small faction. The audience was in an uproar. No one thought that such a legendary divine item would appear at this Heavenly Awakening Grand Assembly. Lu Taishu laughed and suppressed the excited voices of the crowd, saying with a smile, Everyone, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Don't miss it. This crystal, the bidding price, 200,000. The starting price was 200,000. This immediately made the excited guests feel as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. With such a sky-high price, how could ordinary guests have the ability to purchase it? 200,000. Even so, there were still a few guests who had received the news in advance and bid on the spot. 300,000, 400,000, 500,000. The price continued to rise, showing no signs of stopping. The entire venue was quiet, leaving only a few wealthy people bidding against each other. In the end, a man in a bamboo hat called out a shocking price of 1 million. With such a price, the rest of the bidders were finally suppressed. Lu Taishu was quite satisfied and asked, "Who else wants to bid?" He asked twice, but no one responded. Finally, he asked again, "Who else? 2 million." It was the black-robed man again. With a deep and powerful voice, he casually announced the price. 2 million? Everyone's breathing stopped. 2 million? What kind of concept was that? Lu Taishu couldn't help but be surprised. "Your Excellency, are you sure?" "If someone bids higher than me," the black-robed man responded faintly. Lu Taishu was overjoyed and made the final decision. "Okay, 2 million time crystals sold." Under his auspices, the two sides completed the transaction. The black-robed man cut open the grade 49 nether odd crystal on the spot according to the rules. Under everyone's expectations, the foreign object inside was revealed. However, it was a pity that there was only an ordinary humanoid creature inside. Although the value was good, it was worthless compared to the sky-high price of 2 million. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. The risk of betting on the 9 nether odd crystal was too great. 2 million 4th grade 9 nether odd crystals. And he only got such an ordinary item. But the black-robed man seemed very calm and casually put away the 9 nether odd crystal. Lu Taishu was very satisfied with this event and said, "The auction of Tianqi Palace is over, but the sale of special seats will now begin. Guests, if you are interested, you can see if there are any 9 nether odd crystals that you are interested in." Chapter 25:11. The real focus was the auction in the special seats. Because the number of 9 nether odd crystals in the special seats was 10 times that of Tianqi Palace's auction. There was no lack of high-grade netherworld odd crystals. There was once a 4th grade 9 nether odd crystal. 5th grade netherworld odd crystals would also occasionally appear. Tianqi Palace charged a 10% processing fee to the seller of a special spot. In the end, the processing fees were often 5 to 6 times the profit from the auction. Therefore, Tianqi Palace tried its best to encourage sellers to sell here. Yu Xiangwan gasped in amazement. "I've really learned something new." Xiangwan would never forget those hundreds of thousands or even millions of yuan that she had spent. Suyu did not mind, because he believed that as long as he was willing to work hard, he would one day be able to reach the level of the black-robed man. At that time, not only did he possess 2 million time crystals, but he could also casually toss out so many time crystals without feeling the slightest bit of heartache. Let's take a look at the special seats. Su Yu's eyes flickered. Yu Xiangwan chuckled. Both he and Su Yu had strong eyesight. He might even be able to pick up a treasure that others couldn't see through. Let's split up and see who gains more. Yu Xiangwan had the idea of competing. Su Yu smiled. Sure. The two of them immediately separated. Using his transparent eye, Su Yu immediately scanned the various special seats. However, due to the special characteristics of the netherworld crystal, he could only see through 9 nether odd crystals that were less than 5 kilograms. Beyond that, it would be hard to see through. However, just this point alone was enough for him to command the experts. After 2 hours, he bought 20 pieces of dark abyss odd crystals, and all the items he cut were profitable without exception. The Heaven Awakened Banquet set up a purchasing counter on the auction stage. Heaven Awakened Palace was willing to purchase the foreign objects and 9 nether crystals at a reasonable price. Su Yu sold all the things he had bought with 20,000 time crystals to the Heavenly Awakening meet. As a result, the 20,000 became 30,000. In just 2 hours, he had earned 10,000 time crystals. This speed was already quite shocking. For the next 2 hours, Su Yu continued doing the same thing. But as the good things in the market were slowly being picked out, it was no longer as easy to find good things as it was in the beginning. After 2 hours, he only earned 8,000 time crystals. Even so, Su Yu's frequent fights and frequent earnings of large amounts of time crystals had attracted the attention of the Heavenly Awakening meet. The person in charge of the purchase secretly pointed at Su Yu to Lu Taishu. The latter nodded, then quietly sized up Su Yu. Su Yu was oblivious to this and continued to buy. But at this point, there weren't many good goods under 5 caddies left. It was extremely difficult to buy good quality goods. When Su Yu passed by a 7th grade 9 nether odd crystal that weighed 1,000 pounds, the little Kylan suddenly sent him a telepathic message and said anxiously, "Master, stop quickly, there's something good here." Oh, during the auction, even when the female corpse was cut out, the little Kylan did not have such a big reaction. Are you talking about this 1,000-pound, 7th grade strange crystal of 9 nether? Su Yu asked in surprise. 7th rank was actually not bad, but compared to the place where the netherworld odd crystals were gathered, it was relatively mediocre. In addition, it weighed 500 kilograms, so it was worth at least 160,000 time crystals. Who would be willing to spend such a sky-high price to buy a stone that had a high probability of being rejected? How much? But since the little Kylan was so anxious, there must be a reason. The stall owner was a representative of a small sect. He frowned and said, 120,000 time crystals. Only 120,000? That was because this was the 5th time the stone had participated in the exhibition. Even after 50 years, it still hadn't been sold. The reason had already been stated. It was too big and the grade was too low. No one would waste hundreds of thousands of time crystals to buy it. It was the same this year. The rest of the small 9 nether odd crystals were all sold, and only this big one was left. Therefore, the stall owner sold it at a discount according to the faction's instructions. 120,000 was still not enough for Su Yu. Just then, he saw Yu Xiangwan not far away and called her over. "Borrow money? I only have 20,000 time crystals on me." His capital was less than 10,000, and he had doubled it in a short time. It was really not bad. Su Yu currently had 40,000, and with his 20,000, he only had 60,000. It was not enough to buy this crystal. At that moment, a person from the Heavenly Awakening Grand meet came behind Su Yu and said with a smile, "Guest Lu Taishu wants to talk to you." Lu Taishu. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat, but he was not too surprised. He and Yu Xiangwan swept through the seats, so it would be strange not to be noticed. Looking at Lu Taishu from afar, the other party smiled gently at him and did not seem malicious. After thinking about it, Su Yu walked over and said, "Senior Lu is looking for me?" "Haha, young man, you seem to have encountered some difficulties," Lu Taishu said. Su Yu paced back and forth in front of the 1,000-pound 9 nether odd crystal for a long time. He was not blind, so he could naturally see it. "Senior Lu, do you have any advice for me?" Su Yu did not want to talk to this person any further. Lu Taishu smiled. "I see that you seem to have some ability in appraising the 9 nether odd crystal, and the Heavenly Awakening Palace likes people with abilities like you the most, so you already understood what he meant and said tactfully, 'I have already joined the faction and established a blood contract. I am afraid I do not have the fortune to enjoy Senior's good intentions.'" "Haha, no matter," Lu Taishu said. "As long as you agree, there will be people from the Heavenly Awakening Palace who will go to your faction to explain and retrieve the blood contract." Su Yu was put in a difficult position. Lu Taishu was not too forceful, smiling. How about this? Didn't you want to buy that 1,000-pound 9 nether odd crystal? How much do you lack? I will make up for it. After you cut it open, if you make a profit, you will return the money to me. If you make a loss, you will compensate for the loss by working for the Heavenly Awakening Palace. How about it? This method seemed to make sense. How long will the work take? I owe you 10,000 time crystals, and you will work for the Heavenly Awakening Palace for a year. Is that fair? It was indeed generous. Where could an ordinary disciple find a job that could earn 10,000 time crystals a year? Weighing the pros and cons, Suyu finally agreed. All right, I agree. I still lack 60,000 time crystals. All right, someone, give him 60,000 time crystals. Lu Taishu said. Very quickly, someone delivered 60,000 time crystals. This scene attracted the attention of some guests. Lu Taishu was the pillar of the Heavenly Awakening Palace, and his standards were extremely high. He rarely looked at a junior like this. Under the attention of the crowd, Suyu returned to the stall and collected the 120,000 time crystals to hand over to the stall owner. The stall owner was overjoyed, his face full of joy. It had been 50 years, and he had finally sold it. According to the rules, Suyu could not take away the unsealed 9 nether odd crystal on the spot. He had to cut it open on the spot. Suyu took out his tools and began to cut it open on the spot. Because its size was too large, he did not know where it was, so he had to be very careful when cutting it. He only cut 10 pounds of 9 nether crystal the size of a human head. Pieces of 9 nether crystal fell down, and he finally cut the center. Most of the foreign objects were hidden in the center of the giant stone. Therefore, he was even more careful. Finally, the knife cut through, revealing a vague outline, and it was quite large. At this time, there were more than 1,000 onlookers. It's so big. Could it be that he will be lucky enough to find a human corpse? If that's the case, this kid has struck it rich. Suyu was also very focused, not daring to be careless. He was even slightly looking forward to it and feeling nervous. He had not been nervous for many years, but now he felt a faint sense of nervousness. As the knife cut through, the outline finally became clear, but the expressions of the crowd became strange. A dead bear. Hey, this little brother has really suffered a great loss. 160,000 time crystals to buy a worthless dead bear. Suyu's heart was also inexplicably disappointed, but he did not blame the little Kylan. He was the one who made the decision, and he was the one who was willing to take the risk. The little Kylan could not be blamed. On the auction stage, Lu Taishu, who was watching the scene, revealed a smile. Long before Suyu started cutting, he had already predicted this outcome. He had seen no less than 10 million stones cut in his life. He had never seen anything valuable from a 7th grade 9 underworld crystal. From the moment he borrowed the money, he was destined to work for the Tianqi Palace. Yu Xiangwan's face also stiffened, and she smiled bitterly. Brother Su, you're gambling too much this time. Suyu cheered up. It doesn't matter. I'll sell the scraps and pay you back first. I'll think of another way. Looking at the less than 25 pounds of 9 underworld odd crystals left, Suyu no longer had any confidence. Continue cutting. Why did you stop? However, in Suyu's mind, he suddenly heard the urging voice of the little Kylan. Is it not the end? He was shocked and continued to pick up the carving knife, cutting even more carefully. At this time, he did not cut once, at most cutting off half a pound, for fear of damaging the foreign object inside. Still not willing to give up? You haven't even cut off 950 pounds, and you still expect the remaining 25 pounds to make a comeback? Gamblers are like this. They won't give up until they see the coffin. Suyu ignored their mockery, concentrating on carving. The onlookers shook their heads and left, leaving only a few people still watching. Among them was the black-robed elder, who was generous with his money. One cut and another. There was still no improvement. and he had already cut off a full 10 pounds. But when he slashed down with his saber, a patch of green shadow was cut out. Oh my God, there's something down there. The people who had not left let out a cry of surprise, causing those who had left to come back and watch again. Green? What is that? Strange. Why is there something green inside? Su Yu's heart became nervous again, and he continued to carve. Finally, the thing became clear. Astonishingly, it was an unknown immortal herb that was overflowing with vitality. Oh my God! A living divine herb. It's actually alive. Damn it. Although it's not a living thing can be sold for at least 200,000 time crystals. The crowd burst into exclamations, attracting the attention of all the onlookers. Living things were the rarest of the 9 underworld odd crystals, and their value was often immeasurable. The fact that it could be stored in the 9 underworld odd crystals for such a long time showed that its vitality was extraordinary. On the auction stage, Lu Taishu's face changed slightly, and he said in surprise, "A living divine herb? Was it cut from a 7th grade 9 underworld odd crystal?" He could not believe it. Chapter 2512. Looking at Su Yu, Lu Taishu smiled bitterly and shook his head. Sigh. Fate has decreed that this child cannot belong to the heavenly awakening palace. This living immortal herb was far more than enough to clear his debt. Under the jealousy and envy of the audience, Su Yu carefully cut out the living divine herb. Yu Xiangwan was dumbfounded. She felt that Su Yu's luck was too heaven-defying. How could he come back to life in such a state? However, he could only feel envy. If it were him, he would not have the courage to borrow a huge sum of money to open this 7th grade netherworld odd crystal. Su Yu heaved a sigh of relief. At least, he did not take the risk for nothing. During this heavenly awakening meet, apart from the silver-robed elder, Su Yu had probably earned the most time crystals. Weighing the divine herb in his hand, Su Yu thought to himself, this should be the thing that the little Kylan was talking about, right? Unexpectedly, the little Kylan's urging voice rang out in his mind again. Hey, why did you stop again? Little Kylan wished it could jump out of the storage space and cut it by itself. At that moment, Su Yu was stunned. Could it be that little Qilin wasn't referring to this immortal herb? Was there something more special in the remaining 40 kilograms of 9 Serenity's crystal? Su Yu's gaze flickered, and he said, let's stop here. I'll sell the divine herb to the heavenly awakening palace. As for the leftover scraps of the 9 nether crystal, I'll take them with me. There was only envy in everyone's eyes, and they didn't think too much about it. There were only a few dozen caddies of leftover material left. Could it be that he could cut out something else? That was completely impossible. However, the person in charge of Tianqi Palace, who was watching from the side, said, Apologies, guest. According to the rules of the Tianqi banquet, the cut must be completed. The remaining 40 caddies must also be cut. Su Yu's plan fell through. Since the things inside were even more precious than immortal herbs, then their value was hard to estimate. Cutting it out in front of everyone was really troublesome. But under the gaze of Tianqi Palace, he had no other choice and continued to carve the 40 caddies of scraps. Tianqi Palace is really old-fashioned. They only have these scraps left, and they still want to continue. There's nothing we can do about it. The people attending the meeting are also restricted by the sect's rules, so they have to follow the rules. Otherwise, they will be punished by the higher-ups. The person in charge smiled bitterly. That's right. Was he willing to waste time here? Since the other party was able to cut out a stalk of immortal grass, how could he possibly cut out anything else? This probability was almost zero. At the very least, this had never happened in the Heaven Awakened banquet. On the podium, Lu Taishu also looked away, no longer paying attention to this place. However, right at that moment, Su Yu's blade slashed down, and a large, blurry black shadow appeared. Oh my God! There's something else inside. How is that possible? No way. What else? I'm guessing it should be something similar to the black bear at the beginning. Lu Taishu let out a soft cry of surprise and looked in Su Yu's direction once again. He had watched the cutting of stones for many years, and it was very rare to see a stone cut with 3 different things. Normally, there would only be one foreign object in a stone. No matter how big it was, even if it weighed tens of thousands of kilograms, there would usually only be one object. Now, out of the 500 kilograms of low-grade 9 underworld crystals, there were 3 in a row. It was truly shocking. However, he had the same thoughts as most people. The last item probably wasn't anything good. However, as Su Yu continued to cut them bit by bit, the crowd became more and more bewildered, because the more he looked at it, the more it looked like the outline of a baby. When there was only 10 kilograms left, and the contents inside could be seen clearly, the crowd let out a loud cry of surprise. It's a dead baby. Oh my God, it's actually a human. And it's an extremely rare dead baby. Since ancient times, countless corpses had been cut out. However, only a few dead babies had ever been cut out. In terms of value, the dead baby was probably above the female corpse from before. A dead baby? Lu Taishu could no longer remain calm. He flew over and pushed the crowd aside, his eyes filled with deep shock. Unbelievable! Lu Taishu exclaimed. First, there was a living fairy herb, and then a dead baby. This was simply a miracle. Su Yu felt helpless, as he could already feel many malicious gazes on him. If the fairy herb could make those people resist the temptation, then this dead baby would make them unable to do so. It would be extremely difficult for Su Yu to successfully leave the city with the dead baby. The value of this dead baby was at least 2 million time crystals. Such an astronomical figure was enough for them to madly chase after Su Yu and snatch the dead baby. He was in big trouble. Little friend, the Tianqi Palace is very interested in this dead baby. We are willing to pay 2 million time crystals for it. Lu Taishu smiled. He could see that Su Yu was in danger. It was absolutely impossible to successfully take away the dead baby. You can take away 2 million time crystals now, or you can take them in batches later. Lu Taishu arranged an escape route for Su Yu. Taking 2 million time crystals with him on the road was also extremely dangerous. Su Yu felt a little relieved and said, "Thank you." With the Tianqi Palace to help him, it would be much better. If he did not take it now, he would sneak it in later. However, at this moment, someone suddenly screamed, "Ah! The dead baby is moving." What? Everyone looked over. The eyelids of the dead infant in the 9 nether crystal twitched, and its fingers also flicked inadvertently. A living human. The crowd burst into screams. The entire Tianqi Grand Assembly was instantly thrown into chaos. A powerful aura was unconsciously released. At the same time, the crowd pushed against each other, tearing at each other. Seeing that a big mess was about to occur, Lu Taishu's eyes became fierce, and he released a nirvana void aura that suppressed everyone present. Whoever dares to move will be killed. Lu Taishu's suppressive power calmed the crowd down. Only then did the restless experts stop their disloyal thoughts. However, pairs of greedy eyes were still fixed on the living baby. This baby was a priceless treasure. It could survive in the 9 nether odd crystal for such a long time, which showed how powerful its vitality was. If it was nurtured, its future cultivation could be imagined. The smile on Lu Taishu's face completely disappeared. He looked deeply at the baby, his eyes filled with longing. After a long silence, he said, "Human, I'm sorry, but the Tianqi Grand Assembly cannot buy this baby." It was not that the value of a living baby was too high for the Tianqi Grand Assembly to afford. Rather, there was no need to buy it at all. Yes, even Lu Taishu was greedy and wanted to snatch it, but due to his status, he could not openly snatch it. After Su Yu left the Tianqi Grand Assembly, it would be time for Lu Taishu to make his move. With his invincible magical powers, who could compete with him? This baby must be his. Everyone instantly understood Lu Taishu's thoughts and cursed him. Shameless. Even the organizer of the Tianqi Grand Assembly wanted to join the fight. Su Yu's face darkened. There was no absolute justice in this world. It only depended on whether the benefits were enough. 2 million time crystals, and the Tianqi Palace could still uphold justice. But 20 million was enough to crush the Tianqi Palace's faith in justice. Unless Su Yu handed over the baby now, he could still avoid the threat. Otherwise, he could forget about leaving the Tianqi Palace alive. But to give up on a living baby that he had painstakingly cut out, Su Yu was extremely unwilling. As he thought, Su Yu's hands did not stop, cutting off the 9 nether crystals on the surface of the baby's body, unsealing it from being sealed for an unknown amount of time. Soon, a naked, soft 1-year-old baby was held in his hands. The baby had already opened his eyes. His eyes were wide, looking at Su Yu curiously. "Father." Suddenly, the baby opened his mouth and called Su Yu father. Su Yu was probably the first person he saw after opening his eyes when Su Yu unsealed him. And Su Yu was of the same clan as him, both of them humans. Hence, the baby called him father. Father? Su Yu's heart was inexplicably moved. If there were no accidents, Sienners should have already given birth to their child, and it should be more than 2 years old? Looking at the little creature in front of him, Su Yu's heart softened. He was even more reluctant to hand it over to the Tianqi Palace. But how difficult would it be to take it away? "Human, leave the baby to me. I will ensure your safety." A deep voice was heard. Looking up, the one who spoke was the extremely generous black-robed man. Once he spoke, Lu Taishu's eyes became sharp. The others also became nervous. This was a rare living creature. Even if it meant offending the Tianqi Palace and taking a huge risk, they had to give it a try. "Brat, hand him over." A gust of evil wind came from behind Su Yu. A powerful domain rushed over, attempting to sweep the baby away. Once he made his move, the entire scene was thrown into chaos. Everyone attacked one after another. The baby was fought over from all sides. Su Yu steeled his heart. He could only expose the 8 great domains and try to escape. But at that moment, perhaps it was due to nervousness, the baby in his hands emitted a ball of dark green flames. That was the 9 nether emerald fire, the most dangerous of all the 9 nether flames. The green flames condensed into a pair of wings on its back. With a flap, the baby flew into the sky at a shocking speed, reaching the clouds in the blink of an eye. In the sky, there was a powerful isolation spell set up for the Tianqi meat. In theory, even Lu Taishu would have a hard time shaking it. However, the infant easily burned a hole in the formation with a single leap. Then it disappeared without a trace. The baby ran away? Everyone was shocked. Lu Taishu and the black-robed man broke through the air in pursuit. The rest of the people chased after the baby as if they had gone mad. Su Yu was stunned. A 1-year-old baby already had a movement technique that surpassed many strong men. Then he came back to his senses and said hurriedly, "Let's go." They had to take advantage of the chaos to escape. Otherwise, when the strong men returned, they might not be able to leave. Yu Xiangwan also felt the gravity of the situation and rushed to the exit of the Tianqi meet with Su Yu. But just as they reached the exit, there were continuous screams from outside. At the same time, at the hole in the spell, the strong men who had not yet rushed out fell from the sky like raindrops, as if they had encountered some terrifying power. Their bodies were all burning with a black flame, causing them unbearable pain. Boom. Chapter 25:13. Apologies, please bear with it for now. A cold voice came from the dark clouds. Hearing this, Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. That voice, if he remembered correctly, it should be the demon faction elder who had hunted him back then? Thump! Suddenly, something fell from the dark clouds, from the gap in the formation in the sky, onto the scene of the heavenly awakening feast. Coincidentally, it smashed the auction stage. Everyone looked over, their expressions changing. That thing was none other than the silver-robed elder who had left first. He had left the heavenly awakening feast early because of the female corpse, to avoid any mishaps. But now, all that was left of him was a cold corpse. There were many shocking, fatal wounds on his body. Whoosh! Several black-robed men flew down from the gap in the ancient formation. All of them emitted a thick, demonic energy. Demon faction! The crowd gasped. The demon faction was a fearsome existence in the dream-divided realm. They were so powerful that even the heavenly awakening palace paled in comparison. Furthermore, they were secretive, operating in the shadows all year round, making it difficult to guard against them. Coupled with their ruthless and cruel methods, many factions were extremely uneasy. But for many years, they would usually only attack small sections. This was the first time they had attacked a large faction like the Heavenly Awakening Palace. Thus, no one was on guard. The 3 black-robed men were extremely powerful. Even though they were not demon faction elders, each of their cultivation levels was stronger than the silver-robed elder. Everyone, cooperate with the demon faction, and you will be safe, one of the black-robed men said coldly. His sharp gaze swept across the surroundings. Suyu wore a mask without batting an eyelid, covering his face. Everyone, take out all the time crystals and 9 nether odd crystals you have and place them in front of you. Our people will collect them one by one. If you dare to move or hide, you will end up like this old man. The black-robed man pointed at the silver-robed man. Everyone's expressions were bitter. They had encountered a robbery by the demon faction. This time, they had all brought their belongings to attend the Heavenly Awakening Feast. Now, they were all going to be captured in one fell swoop. Move immediately. The 3 black-robed men separated, each in charge of a region. Under the threat of the demon faction, no one dared to resist. Brother Yu, get ready, Suyu said secretly. Yu Xiongwan was taken aback. Brother Su, don't act rashly. I heard that the dark sect is brutal. Let's spend some money to avoid disaster. Suyu took a deep look at the silver-robed man's corpse and slowly shook his head. Losing money doesn't necessarily mean you can avoid disaster. Other people might be able to avoid death, but Suyu might not be able to do so, because the Demon Path Elder was among them. Since he had arrived long ago, he should have already noticed Suyu. He just didn't say anything. Rather than waiting for death, it was better to fight to the death. He took out 100 time crystals and placed them in front of him. A moment later, the black-robed man in charge of their area quickly walked over. He picked up the 100 time crystals on the ground and said sternly, "That's it? Are you angry for playing with me?" The guests here were worth at least tens of thousands of time crystals. Besides, did he think they were blind? The fact that Suyu had harvested a divine herb and a baby was such a sensational event. How could they not have noticed it? If you don't believe me, take a look for yourself. Suyu threw his storage artifact to him. The latter sneered and reached into his storage artifact. But at that moment, a purple light flashed. The little Kylan leaped out and was greeted by a terrifying 9 nether emerald flame. Chapter 25:14. The black-robed man was caught off guard and was hit on the spot. The result could be imagined. Under the 9 nether emerald flames, the black-robed man's soul suffered a devastating attack. He only had time to let out a blood-curdling scream before his soul was burned to ashes. The large expanse of 9 nether jade-green flames that it spat out revolved around the little Qilin, scaring away all living beings within a radius of 3,000 meters. Let's go! When Suyu saw the opportunity, he immediately followed behind the small Kylan and rushed out of the venue. Yu Xiang gritted his teeth and braced himself to follow. The other 2 black-robed men sensed that something was amiss and immediately rushed over in an attempt to stop Suyu. However, in the face of the extremely turbulent 9 nether jade fire, he was so frightened that he quickly retreated, not daring to obstruct it. In just a few breaths' time, the 2 of them had successfully escaped to the vicinity of the exit. Just as he was about to leave the venue in one go, Zhang Xian thought to himself. Suddenly, a deep, cold snort came from the gap in the ancient formation above his head. "Do you think you can escape?" That voice belonged to the demonic faction's elder, who had chased after Su Yu previously. His eyes were filled with excitement. He had thought that he would never meet Su Yu again. Who would have thought that he would unexpectedly run into him during this great tribulation's heavenly awakening banquet? As he spoke, a majestic aura, which was comparable to Lu Taishu's, descended from the depths of the sky and pressed toward Su Yu. Little Qilin seemed to have sensed something and fiercely spat out a 9 nether jade flame towards the direction of the aura's origin. A large expanse of jade flames burned the heavens and the earth, separating the heaven and earth in the entire venue. However, that Elder Mo's strength was too terrifying. With a furious roar, he used his extremely dense, profound energy to forcefully crack open a crack in the jade flame. He descended, bringing with him a dense, demonic aura. However, it was fortunate that the small Kylan's 9 nether jade flames managed to hold him off for a while, allowing Su Yu and the others to successfully rush out of the venue. As he dashed out, Su Yu did not hesitate to take out the tortoise shell that Yu Xiang one had given him when he was on a mission at the border. Break! The tortoise shell instantly expanded, turning into a revolving magic treasure. The Dharma treasure produced a huge rotational force that instantly sent the demon sect experts lying in ambush at the entrance flying. Yu Xiangwan was surprised to see that it was her magical weapon. He did not expect Su Yu to have never used it. Surprised, it immediately followed Su Yu and the small Kylan and jumped onto the tortoise shell. The tortoise shell dived down and burrowed deep into the ground. It turned out that this tortoise shell was an earth attribute flying magic treasure. It moved along the mountains and veins of the earth, covering hundreds of millions of kilometers in a single breath. It wasn't the slightest bit inferior to any spatial magic treasure. Furthermore, it was extremely well hidden deep underground. It was very difficult for people on the surface to discover its existence. When the demon faction elder chased after them, Su Yu and the others had already disappeared. However, he didn't seem anxious at all. Instead, there was a hint of a cold smile on his face. "Do you really think that I can't catch up to you?" With the abilities of the demon faction's elder, if he really wanted to capture Su Yu on the spot, how could he fail? He had intentionally allowed Su Yu to escape from the venue. This was because Su Yu is the descendant of a space master, and he didn't want to force Su Yu to display the space domain in front of everyone, which would be detected by the other demonic faction members. This was especially so when an evil cult elder who was ranked 8th in the sect came with them. He was the leader of this mission. His strength had also reached the level of a true underworld lord. If he discovered Su Yu, he would surely take Su Yu for himself. That was why he had pretended to let Su Yu leave. "Go." The demon faction elder took out a black, burly man with empty eyes. Its eyes were lifeless and empty. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that it was a puppet. Moreover, it was exactly the same as Su Yu's puppet. It was the demonic ape puppet that only the demon faction elder could possess. However, the aura it emitted was clearly stronger than the demonic ape puppet that Jin Yu had gifted to Su Yu. It had surpassed the middle nirvana stage and reached the nirvana stage. The demonic ape puppet let out a low growl and immediately drilled into the ground, chasing after Su Yu and the others. Its speed was even faster than Su Yu's tortoiseshell. After finishing this, the demon faction elder returned to the venue. Not long after, a terrifying pressure could be felt from the heavens and the earth. "Elder Xiao Mo, what's the situation?" A powerful voice could be heard. Then, the black-robed man silently appeared in the venue. A dull thud could be heard at the same time. Looking down, he saw that Lu Taishu's corpse was lying on the ground. His face was covered in blood, and his eyes were still filled with fear. Elder Xiao Mo immediately said, "Elder Lang Mo, apart from the person named Su Yu, The rest of the people are under control. He was nervous, wondering if Elder Lang Mo would blame him for this. After all, Suyu had a priceless divine herb in his hands. As expected. Unexpectedly, Elder Lang Mo did not get angry. Instead, he looked regretful. When I first saw this lad, I felt that he was extraordinary. It's normal that you couldn't keep him. It's just a pity. Elder Xiao Mo heaved a sigh of relief. Yes, it was a divine herb after all. But Elder Lang Mo shook his head. What caught my eye was not the divine herb, but his person. His eyes shone with a brilliant light. He dared to risk everything to open 1,000 kilograms of 7th grade 9 nether crystal. It can be seen that he has an unexpected special ability to appraise 9 nether odd crystals. Elder Wolf Demon said regretfully, "It's a pity that such a person can't be used by our demon gate." Elder Xiao Mo nodded in agreement, but he thought to himself, if you knew that he is a descendant of the Space Master, you might not think so. But Elder Xiao Mo heaved a sigh of relief. Let's finish this quickly. The main city of the Tianqi Palace should have reacted by now and will soon come to our aid, Elder Xiao Mo said. Elder Xiao Mo said, "Rest assured, Elder Lang Mo. This city has already fallen into our control, and we'll be able to loot it clean very soon." Back to Suyu. Riding on the tortoise shell, they sped all the way. Not long after, they left the borders of the Tianqi Palace and arrived at the border between the Jingtian faction and the Greater One faction. It's hard to say how lucky we are. Yu Xiangwan crawled out from the ground pathetically, shaking off the dust on her face. She smiled bitterly. Cutting the 9 Serenity's odd crystals was a great deal, but we were unlucky to encounter the once-in-1,000 years robbery of the demon faction. The tentacles of the demon faction rarely reached the borders of the realm of dreams, Broken Realm. This should be their first time here, but they had encountered them. His luck was really terrible. Suyu looked behind him with a grave expression. It's too early to make a conclusion. It would not be easy for them to return to the Greater One faction safely. Rumble! All of a sudden, a muffled sound came from the mountains and rivers behind them. It was as if something ferocious was shuttling through the ground, heading straight for them. Let's go! You only had time to use his transparent eye to take a look and saw a pitch-black puppet chasing after them at an alarming speed. That puppet was very similar to the demonic ape puppet he had obtained. It was just that it was much stronger. Puff! The little Kylin opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of 9 Serenity's jade flame, burning the entire ground.